Good evening. It's 6:30 p.m. and I'd like to call the April 27th meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, please take the roll call.
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Tellisford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Yeah.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Wright. Student Representative Vanessa Prevalon.
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, and the Village Green. Tonight's meeting, we will have the pleasure of celebrating our faculty members who have achieved their 10-year milestone this year. The board will also receive a final 2023-24 budget presentation from our business administrator, as the board will be taking action this evening to approve the budget. Let's get this meeting started with an exciting student performance from our Tuscan Elementary School. Thank you so much for performing for us this evening.
It's a video. It's a video.
Sorry, it is a video. Yes. Sorry, it's on the screen.
You were so dynamic in introducing, right? All right.
Hello, my name is James, and I am part of the 5th grade chorus here at Tuscan. We have 68 members, which is why we can't be there in person, which we wouldn't fit. We will be singing 2 pieces for you. The first is called Tula Tula Na, from the Lesso in Africa. As the second piece is one we will also be singing at our concert on May 11th called J'entends. We would love to see you all at our concert, where we will also be singing with 82 players. Thank you.
Hush, little baby, sleep, little child.
Thank you so much to the Tuscan Elementary School. We wish you could be here in person, but we're very grateful that you put that video together for us. Thank you so much. You did a beautiful job. With that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:36 PM to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, and HIB reporting. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 75 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Deval Wilson. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Up next on the agenda is the student representative update from Vanessa Prevlian. Vanessa, stage is yours.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. For the student recognitions, we'd like to congratulate Columbia High School sophomore Laurel Stockett. Laurel and her team competed at the U.S. National Synchronized Skating Competition in Illinois and are second place in the country, making Laurel a U.S. Silver National Medalist. Congratulations to Columbia High School junior William Doherty, who was selected to participate in the Governor's School of Engineering Technology program at Rutgers University School of Engineering for 4 weeks this summer. William will be taking 4 classes over the course of 4 weeks, and we'll be completing a research/design project alongside other peers. Congratulations to Columbia High School junior Arushi Vadlamani, who received the award for the Scholastic Art and Writing Award for 2023 and wrote winning a silver medal in the New Jersey State and New York Life Award for her personal essay memoir, Red Light, Green Light. Congratulations to the 2023 Chinese Cultural Project Contest winners and their teacher, Ms. Meng. Sabrina Mannion, Bryant Yang, Rachel Mayer, Justin Connell, Benjamin Raymond, Reese Wolfinger, Cleviel Orlarte conducted a research-based project that included how Chinese and American cultures influence people's way to stay healthy. Students presented their findings, illustrated their analysis, which included a Tai Chi fan performance at Seton Hall University. Our students did an outstanding job and won high praises from judges and audience members. Congratulations to Clinton Elementary School David Rothbard, who won the grand prize in the annual Healthy School Challenge. The judges were blown away by David's creativity, cooking skills, and charm. David's winning meal, Greek chicken with root vegetable chips, will be featured on the school menu. For the staff recognitions, Dr. Beanfolks is the lead author of the chapter, No Excuses, Believing and Achieving in Pat Davis, reauthoring savage inequalities, counter-narratives of striving and success in urban education. Student College Press, the authors in this collective of scholars who are committed to telling the truth about growing up, being educated, and thriving in urban education environments. Dr. Beanfolks was selected to serve on the International Reading Association's Noble Books for a Global Society Award Committee, which is a committee of a children's literature and reading special interest group. She will serve a 3-year term with researchers and educators around the U.S. and abroad, selecting the top 25 outstanding trade books for enhancing student understanding of people and cultures throughout the world for students grades K through 12. Dr. Sabrina Ellis, the data entry manager for the middle schools, has been awarded first place for the best website for PR/webmaster/social media manager for Essex County and best newsletter for the NJEA Awards for excellence in communication. Ms. Ellis was also named the 2022/2023 Essex County Education Association Women's Justice Advocacy Award recipient. The Ricky's Fellowship was established with the Chief Foundation in 2004 in memory of Shirley Rickey, a former Board of Education president who died at the age of 29 following a 3-year battle with cancer. The fellowship fosters understanding, teaching by enabling educators to outtake continuing education in their fields in the summer and inspiring them to share the new knowledge they acquire with their district colleagues upon their return to school, including this year's awards. Totaling just over $8,723, Achieves Rickey Foundation program has provided over $100,000 to 76 educators across SOMA schools since it started. We congratulate this year's Rickey Fellows and commend them for finding their time and determination to dedicate a portion of their summer break to professional development. SOMC's own Richard Mr. Porfido was named the Essex County Athletic Director of the Year by the Essex County Athletic Director Association. This is an incredible honor and a testament of all the hard work and dedication he has demonstrated in his first year at Columbia High School. Dr. Taylor, Dr. Gilbert, Marcia Hicks, and Pat Hurley of Columbia High School attended the University of Wisconsin at Madison Minority Student Action Network Institute at Madison, Wisconsin. Those familiar MAC scholars at Columbia High School may also know MSAN as a national school network that has ties to MAC. Dr. Taylor presented an outbreak session at the Institute on our district's journey via International Integration Initiative. For this month's student report, Noah and I met Dr. Taylor today, and we discussed the journalism course and the new phone policy at Columbia High School. Lastly, Special Dance Company will have their ticket sale on May 1st for the dates of the show, which are May 19th and May 20th. And that's all for the student report.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And do you have any other update outside of the student report today?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions for Vanessa? Okay. All right. Before I turn it over to the superintendent for his update, I just wanted to welcome a very familiar face back onto the board. We have Board Member Wright seated with us. She was sworn in a few weeks ago by our attorney, so it is official, and I just wanted to welcome Board Member Wright back to the board. Thank you. So now I will turn it over to Dr. Taylor for a brief superintendent update to kick off the staff tenure celebration for our faculty members who are being honored this evening as well.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I do, I believe we still need to do our board minute approval. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to approve the board minutes from, sorry about that, I'll get it right one day. The approval of board minutes, the executive session and regular meeting minutes from March 16th, 2023, and the executive session and regular meeting minutes from March 30th, 2023. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Okay, great. So thank you, Dr. Taylor.
My pleasure. Hello to the South Orange and Maplewood School District community. Thank you for sharing your evening with us as we hold our regular monthly Board of Education meeting. I have a few updates for you. We are thrilled that after an abrupt end to Bring Your Child to School Day due to COVID-19 mitigation in 2020, our staff and families were able to again participate in this wonderful tradition today. I mentioned a few board meetings ago that I was scheduled to present on our intentional integration work at the University of Wisconsin. That presentation was a part of the MSAN Institute that we just heard about from our student rep. I was joined by Dr. Gilbert, our Assistant Sup for Access and Equity, as well as Marcia Hicks and Pat Hurley from Columbia High School. I just wanted to share that our work on intentional integration was very well received by districts across the country, including Michigan, Virginia, North Carolina, and our New Jersey neighbor, Princeton. While we are, of course, on a journey that's far from complete, please know that our implementation is being discussed in many other places as school districts work towards providing equitable, diverse, and thriving schools for our students. Tomorrow, our partners at Equal Opportunity Schools, members of our SLT, and Columbia High School leadership team will be presenting on our work over the last few years to ensure that our most rigorous courses reflect the rich diversity of Columbia High School. This presentation will lead our Essex County monthly executive superintendent's meeting. As I shared in September, our overall student enrollment in AP courses rose significantly after our first year of work with EOS, Equal Opportunity Schools. It's worth noting that the number of Black and Latinx students enrolled in AP courses increased exponentially. Our trajectory was viewed as exemplary and a great story to share with other districts. We thank all who have been involved with this work, including our administrators, our counselors, our teachers, our students and families. We are happy to share that our rising sixth graders received their middle school placement confirmations via intentional integration a few weeks ago. Additionally, our rising Marshall and Bolden third graders received their placements last week, and our kindergarten fall triple I placements will be released tomorrow. I want to also acknowledge that we have heard from some families who have concerns about the long-term plan to unpair Marshall and Bolden after 2024. We have noted these specific concerns and will be discussing them further with our steering committee to hopefully offer further clarification to those families and everyone shortly. At our last board meeting, and through thoughtful stakeholder advocacy, we've heard concerns regarding the proposed shifts to our Columbia High School journalism course. For those who share in this concern, you should know that we also heard from board members who also had very personal stories about the positive impact of the journalism course at Columbia High School. The administration has answered many questions on this topic, and we're happy to share that the design of the journalism course will remain the same, meaning that it will remain a year-long course for both juniors and seniors. The only shift will be that it will be scheduled as an elective course until such time that our curriculum and instruction department can verify that the coursework implementation meets the New Jersey state standards for English language arts graduation credit. Our board recognitions that you heard from our student rep this evening have so many wonderful accomplishments noted. These achievements reflect the work and dedication of many in our school community. In that same spirit, it's my pleasure to continue our recently launched tradition. It's happened once, but it's a tradition, right? Our recently launched tradition of celebrating our district educators who have recently gained tenure. I'd like to thank and recognize the current and previous members of our Board of Education's Personnel Committee for encouraging and supporting this initiative. We will now begin. What you see on the screen behind you are currently 17 staff members who've gained tenure since our last celebration in November. Thank you to Mr. Adedoyin and our HR department who gathered this information for us this evening. We're thankful that we had one of our 17 honorees confirm their attendance this evening, and that is Kelly Donovan of Montrose. Are you here, Kelly? All right. Stand up, yeah. Please come forward to receive your certificate. Don't sit down too fast there. Once you have your certificate, we also invite you to bring forward any family members, if you would like, to help capture this moment. And I'll come out and I'll meet you right there. Are there any other honorees who are present that we're not aware of? Please let us know. All right, so again, for those honorees, we do have their certificates, and we'll be sure to get them to congratulate them on this milestone. We will now have our business administrator, Mr. Burnside, offer some updates in our latest 23-24 budget presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Before we get started with the budget presentation, I just want to give a quick construction update. For the Seth Boyden School, we have additional fire alarm system testing, and that was performed last Friday, and we're just waiting for some formal results. We've begun the HVAC BMS computer owner training. The basketball court backstops are to be installed and the logo is to be painted. The target date to paint is on May 8th. We're completing the exterior grading of the north and west building location. We completed the main entrance concrete apron, and we've begun the upper gym plaster repair work, and final painting is being performed. At the Tuscan School, we do have additional fire alarm testing there as well. We're just waiting for formal results. We have begun the HVAC building management system computer owner training, and we began the final grading of the playfield paved area, and the paving is to be conducted this week. Standing water has to be drained from the weekend's rain, though. At Delia Bolden, the contractor only has to complete a few punch list items, and the contractor completed installation of any remaining FA devices. At Clinton, new carpet was installed and the final cleaning has been completed. The balcony carpet completed. The HVAC contractor is continuing to piping the layout at the new Area B. The electrician is working on inside the new building on miscellaneous items. The fire alarm wiring is underway in the new Area B. The brick veneer is 99% complete at exterior elevations, and the plumbing and electrical contractors are still working on insulating lines and also working with the masons. The roofing installation is about 93% complete. The roofer is currently working on a small area roof on the new cafeteria extension on the new B wing, and the courtyard glass framing is currently underway. At the South Mountain Elementary School, the contractor is continuing to work on submittals for review and approval. There's some electrical finishing that's being done. They're forming for a new sidewalk. They're continuing the Belgian block on the curb, and they're doing some touch-up painting as well. At the annex, the electrical finishes are underway for the lighting devices. The curb for the proposed playground is being installed. The grading around the proposed playground is happening as well. And they're doing a rough-in on the PA system. At Underhill, they are connecting the PA system. They still need some assistance from one of our vendors, and we're doing some repairs to the skirting and bleachers. At Marshall and Montrose, the construction fence has been installed. The contractor has submittals underway, and they've filed for permits. They're going to begin excavation on May 5th pending permits. Columbia High School, as you'll see one of the resolutions tonight, I'm sorry, not tonight, possibly next week. The bids were received on Friday, and they're under attorney review, and we're planning for the May 8th board meeting. And the South Orange and Middle School and Maplewood Middle School, we did open them up. We only received one bid, and you'll see that we're going to reject that one bid tonight because it was $13 million over budget. And we are meeting with the architect and Epic Construction Management on Monday to find out what our next steps are. All right. Now for the budget presentation.
Mr. Burnside, sorry, the board, if we could just pause on the slide so that if there are any questions on each slide, we can address it then. Is that okay?
So rather than wait.
Rather than wait until we get all the way through.
Just stop.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. A lot of this is going to be, are we controlling or is Keith, are you controlling? We are? Okay, great. So for those who were not here for the original budget presentation that was approved by the board and sent to our county exec for their review and approval, this may be a little redundant, so I won't read it verbatim, but I will give some highlights here on our introduction. As you will see in this presentation, our budget process this year was extremely challenging, and some of those challenges include a working budget shortfall due to unexpected increases in health benefits of $1.25 million, also in our special education spending of $2.25 million, and out-of-district transportation of $500,000. We implemented thoughtful measures to put a halt to the challenges that we were experiencing. This included putting a stop to discretionary spending and having a more thoughtful lens for that during this time. It also included utilizing $1 million from next year's unassigned fund balance. These are all unforeseen increases that we unfortunately experienced in the same year. According to our auditor, and we have an audit every year annually, they're seeing this in many other school districts, especially districts that belong to the state health plan. With some careful consideration and spending and hiring, these challenges will be considerable but also accomplishable. I don't see moving here.
Board Member Malaspina just has a quick question.
I do. Dr. Taylor, thank you for letting us know about that. But what plans are being put in place to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, and also to alert the BOE and public earlier that something like this is occurring, since we didn't really know about it until, I would say, March-ish? Thank you.
Yeah, so I would say that trying to prevent things that are not a part of a normal school year is difficult to do. One thing that I will praise the business office about is recognizing the trends, right? Seeing that the spending trends and the spending that we were seeing coming from certain departments were on a trajectory to be over budget. And Mr. Burnside, while in FFT meetings with those members of his team, did share those concerns and that trajectory and prepared us to be in a good fiscal position. And so we shared that information in committee as our committees are designed to receive. And I think that the steps that we can put in place to be prepared in case there are unexpected expenditures, spikes that we did not anticipate is exactly what we did this time. And that is reviewing everything on a monthly basis as it comes in and calculating out those trends to make sure that we're prepared for the unexpected. All right. And so again, while these challenges are significant, we are very pleased that we can continue our investment in the academic and social emotional supports we put in place to continue to combat the impact of COVID-19 on our students and staff that of course align with our district goals. As a reminder of some of those investments, they are as follows. You may recall that over the last few budget cycles, we've added a position known as district academic coaches. We had 0 in 2020, 2 in 21-22, and now we have 4 in our current school year. This is also a recommendation from Dr. Fergus during some of his early audits, equity audits in our school district. We also have maintained our Challenge Day activities at the middle school and at the high school. We have actually debriefed on the latest Challenge Day events. For those who don't know what Challenge Day is, please visit challengeday.org. It's a social emotional learning group out of California that does work all around the country to help support students' mental health. We were able to again maintain the 2 additional STEM support teachers at our middle schools. We were able to maintain the additional non-special services mental health support staff at each of our middle schools. We're still able to maintain a new position that we created last year that the board supported us in investing more in, which is a full-time community and school safety security director, who I think many could testify to the impact of that action this year. And we also expanded our summer school, our ESY program, extended school year, and our summer enrichment, and we were able to maintain that even though we had a challenging budget this year. Here's a sample of support, again, maintained in this budget for next year. I just spoke about our work with Equal Opportunity Schools and how we'll be a featured partner in the upcoming meeting tomorrow morning for the Essex County Executive Superintendent's meeting. They'll be maintaining as a part of our work. We'll continue our innovative humanities scheduling design at the high school to support previously challenged students. We'll continue our Saturday Academy at the middle school level. We'll continue our English language learners after-school program and mentoring programs, and we'll continue the work of the SLAM Lab supporting students. And here are some more samples. Again, there's so much good news to share, but I want everyone to leave with the same information. I spoke about Ms. Hickson earlier from the high school, and so did our student rep, Vanessa, about the work that's being done by the MAC Club at the high school. And here's a schedule of some of the supports put in place. I won't, again, read everything to you, But you can see that there's lots of supports there, AP Core, AP support for Black AP students, MAC Men, lunch programs, wellness groups, Sister to Sister, Fun Fitness Fridays that are all a part of this programming that will be maintained through this budget. And so there's a common thread of these and many of our other district investments. We want to ensure that all SOMSD students, with an emphasis on children of color and those who are labeled disadvantaged economically, special education students, ELL learners, and traditionally underrepresented students, we want to make sure that all those students have access to our most rigorous offerings with embedded interventions that help to triangulate that support through multiple modalities, i.e. the summer courses and the after school, et cetera, ultimately resulting in them having the tools they need and the support that they need to realize their greatest academic potential and social emotional growth. We will now shift to our business administrator, Mr. Burnside.
One.
Of course.
Board Member Duval Wilson just has a quick question.
Hi.
So thank you for all of that. I just want to reiterate that I think it's really important that we're able to look at all of these investments, especially as so many of them support our district goals from a perspective of our finances. You know, I know that we discussed this the last time in March. I don't expect, this to happen so quickly in 4 weeks or how many weeks it's been, but maybe there's software we can use in FFT, our next FFT. I want to discuss this more, but I think it'll be really helpful. I know committees are already starting to talk about budgets and how that matches goals, but without actually seeing some type of data to see how much is being spent, it's really hard to know that we're doing enough from a financial standpoint and that it all makes sense equally.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And part of what we're working on, there's a CNI update that's coming, and that CNI update will focus in on a lot of the peeling back of the onion that we've done around academic data and really trying to drill that down. We had a chance to get some reflection from our data committee, and we're excited to share that with the full board. We think it's really going to help to show the drilling down that not every student's profile is the same, not even in the same categories, right? And I think trying to match the investment to the result of the impact on students, it's a challenge sometimes, but one that we're looking into, and we've discussed that at our data committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Now I'll just go through the overview real quick. Tonight we're going to go over the budget development process real quick, projected revenue, enrollment, expenditures, the tax impact, and the budget calendar. So this was the budget development process that we went through. We estimated our revenue in January, and we've got our estimated state and federal aid. We estimated our appropriations, or those are our expenditures, in February. And between February and March, we worked on balancing the budget. We received our final state aid right around March 1st, March 2nd. I believe it was March 2nd. We determined if there was a surplus or a deficit. We did align with our goals and priorities as a guide when we developed the budget. We evaluated the use of banked cap and adjustments and evaluated our reserves, and we determined the local tax levy, and then we balanced the budget.
Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, I'd like to suggest that we move back to what we did previously when Mr. Roth was here, which we had a lot more budget workshops where we really broke down information so that the public and the board could understand. I will say that I am struggling some to understand all of this because it sort of came to us so late in the process. And it hasn't been broken down as much as previously in the past has happened. So in the future, I am hoping that we can make this development process a lot more in-depth and easier for everybody to understand.
Oh, go ahead.
We received that concern in our last budget presentation, and we went back and reviewed the previous presentations, and what we're showing you is based on the legacy of presentations in that department. prior to Mr. Burnside joining us. And I do want to remind everyone about the delay in receiving our audit that's happening around the state. And so it delayed the budget process. And for us, we're always anticipating, do we want to show you numbers that are just estimated, made-up numbers, or numbers based on this year, or do we want to wait until the audit happens? Because when the audit occurs, it gives us a solid number. That's a big part of our budgeting, even before the governor does his address and gives us our state aid soon thereafter. But we definitely acknowledge, I've done budget presentations differently in different school districts, and if the board would like for us to have more meetings, perhaps Saturday morning meetings and things like that, to talk deeper, maybe about the way the budget works, right? Because in some places, that's the preferred method. We definitely would take that under consideration and work towards that.
I think thank you. Oh, sorry, I have to raise my hand.
Is there anyone else that wants to surface a question before I go back to board? Okay, Board Member Eckert?
So I just want to echo some of Board Member Malaspina's concerns. Full transparency, I have great concerns about the process itself. I'm not here to redline line items in budget. You absolutely do not want me to, but we are here to ensure that the process is done in the best possible way with full transparency and understanding the challenges that you are faced with. I think trying to be a little bit more creative, solutions oriented, and starting the conversation earlier. And perhaps, I wasn't here when Mr. Roth was here, but just hearing that the conversation started earlier, whether it's with a short budget, and maybe that's more meetings. And as you all know, we spend a lot of times in meetings, but for me, I think it would give me greater comfort in being confident in what I am reviewing and essentially voting on. So I think my ask is that in the future, we take a look at that process, see how we can give not only the board, but I think the full community greater transparency into that.
Confirmed, thank you.
Board Member Deval Wilson?
My suggestion, is this on? Sometimes I can't tell. My suggestion is giving at least quarterly updates in our meetings, our board meetings. So every 3 to 4 months, there is an update on finances. I know this is something that's been done in the past in this district. And that way the community as well as the board can see things on an ongoing basis. I also think it would be great to have, I'm sure you have your own timelines of when you check things and when you do things, but that timeline is not transparent to FFT. So I would love to have a timeline that lives on our drive of like when you are checking things, when we should be expecting certain things, and then we can just help be part of that process, whereas right now I know you have a timeline here, but there's more that happens outside of January, February, and March, and so that can be something that we also discuss in FFT.
I would definitely acknowledge an open conversation about what to expect. For the public who's not aware, the board gets in this agenda they approve tonight and on our regular board meetings, the fiscals for the month. And it has all the detailed spending and the breakdown, gap spending per the line items and all those things. It's boring stuff, but we love it. So if there would like to be more conversations or review about that in public or a discussion of what that would look like, we're open to that discussion, and it's fun for us. So we're excited to add to everyone else's information.
Board Member Malaspina?
I agree with everything that the other board members said. And my other ask, and I, as a committee chair, I'm saying this for myself, but I think every committee I would love to see us having more discussions about budget in every committee so that we can get an understanding of how does this impact C&I? How is this impacting FFT? How is the budget impacting, I guess policy might not be the only one, but special ed, et cetera, so that we come out with an understanding of exactly what is going in, what is cutting. I mean, we did that a little briefly the other meeting, but I feel like if we start those conversations earlier, we can have more of those discussions. So I guess I'm making that, I don't know, an ask of all of us also.
I was just going to say, I think, to paraphrase what you're saying, it's like the budget should be a statement of our priorities. And I do want to thank the district because last month, we had made the recommendation that in the committees that we carve out some time to focus on the budget so we could make sure that, you know, the statement of our priorities as far as our district goals for this year and what we're thinking about as committees and what we're envisioning for next year, that those priorities were reflected. And I know, you know, it was a recommendation, but you were amenable to it, so we appreciate that. And I think the more work we do similar to this along the way will just be really helpful.
Thank you, and I appreciated that recommendation, and I think it was a very relevant lift. Like, for example, in the C&I committee, it's easy to point out that we're purchasing a new curriculum, right? That's a very significant dollar amount, connecting that to that work. And so, you know, I think the most difficult or challenging one to express is personnel, because everybody who's employed is personnel, right? And so we were able to share that the increase is expected based on the recent contractual obligations regarding settlement of contracts with our bargaining units that everyone celebrated. That's a part of this budget, right? Capturing those increases and making sure that they're balanced. And we're so proud to share that we didn't have to make any personnel cuts. Even with all those challenges that we showed, we worked really hard to prioritize keeping our staff, even though we saw the challenges that we had to address.
Board Member Gifford?
I just had one question, because you said that you didn't receive, you didn't receive the audit to get it. How much later did we receive the audit compared to when we usually get it? Just interested.
That's a Mr. Burnside question, but it was significant.
Yeah, it seems like it's getting later and later every year. The auditors will have most of everything done in January, and I remember when I first started, we'd actually have the presentation done in December, and now the state's withholding information, and now it's pushing them back all the way to February now.
Okay.
Yeah, so the state is releasing all of our information later and later, and I understand that previous business administrators had the budget and the presentation and shared information earlier than I did, but I'm just, at the will of the government, I can't, if I don't have it, I can't give it to you.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's why I asked. I think it's valuable for people to know that. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Projected revenue. So there is one change to this presentation from last month, and that's going to be a change in our preschool aid. The award was $6,671,535. The state is making a correction. We're still getting an increase of $883,893, but they are correcting our award, if you will. So just real quick to run through this, we started with the tax levy increase of $4,399,632. This is a combination of the allowable 2% cap increase as well as the allowable healthcare adjustment of $1,836,324. You can see our state aid was $9,294,342. That was an increase of almost a little over $1 million. We've got our cap reserve that's going to be used for the partial roof replacement at Clinton, and our maintenance reserve of $1 million helped us balance the budget. We've got our state and federal aid of $4,577,410, and you can see our pre-K, if you skip to the bottom, right above the subtotal, it's $7,803,095. And then we've got our debt service in the amount of $11,428,168 for a total revenue of $179,888,072.
Board Member Malaspina?
Hi, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying that we took $1 million out of our maintenance reserve to balance our budget, and that money then cannot be used for fixing stuff in the schools, other things that we had put money aside for because we had not budgeted for the long-range facilities plan.
Okay. So the long-range facility plan would be capital reserve. This is maintenance reserve, and that's going to be used to fix a broken pipe.
So, okay, so that money is being used for the broken pipes and
Yes.
not to balance our budget? Balance our
Both.
budget?
It's both. It's both.
I'm
Okay.
confused at how it can be both.
Okay, so we've got maintenance account lines,
Right.
and we were having a difficult time trying to balance the budget. So we use maintenance reserve to supplement those lines.
Yes, board member,
Okay,
I guess.
sorry, Board
she's-
Member, sorry. Board Member Malaspine, okay, well, let's just see, okay, Board Member Wright has a question.
I have a question about the tax levy. I was wondering if we could get a breakout of students by town, especially over the last 3 years.
Breakout of students by towns.
Yes.
The enrollment, you're talking about the enrollment by town. Yeah, we can, yeah, for the last 3 years, yeah.
Especially,
Yeah.
yes.
Are there any other questions? One question that I have, and I was looking actually because we had questions that we put in the tracker and I can't find it, so I apologize if you already answered this, but I just want to know, when we utilize 1 million from next year's unassigned fund balance, like what are the implications of that?
Okay, so the unassigned fund balance is a result of where we used to be able to use 4% carryover from year to year. Now they've knocked it down to 2%. So it's a one-time shot. We're just going to use it, and then we're just going to pretend it was not there. It's a gift, basically, yeah. We're not relying on that. It's not sustainable. We got that.
Thank you.
Here's the pie chart of the revenue source. As you can see, 84.61% is going to be our local tax levy, and the 5.9% is our state aid. And here's our enrollment. I know it's not broken down by town, but we can certainly do that. You can see in 22-23 this year, we're up 99 students. And here's our expenditures. Oh, sorry. Go.
Board Member Badlamani?
So looking at the enrollment charts, I mean, it looks like we're back to a 2014, 2013 kind of a level. And I remember we were talking about hiring a new demographer, who could come back and project things that, I mean, do we have any reports back from that person? Because that would be very useful in kind of projecting out what's going to happen over the next few years.
It's almost like you were listening to our conversation, Dr. Taylor. We're going to have it in your Friday packet. So this budget is anticipating some contractual contract increases because the state requires us to perform public bid for custodians, HVAC, plumbing, and refuse and recycling. You'll see on tonight, we did get the custodial bid back, and we are awarding it. There is funding to support an increase in contract service areas because of staffing issues and rising wages. The cost of substitutes is increasing as well, partly due to a talent shortage. And funding for the summer programs has increased with additional staff, and we're going to continue this going forward. This has been proven to be effective, and we're getting good results with the summer programs. For tuition, the district does have programs in district to support special needs students. Our special services department continues on strategies to build the programs. Our out-of-district tuition on average increases about 5% every year, and our preschool funds regular education services only. The preschool program is run as a full inclusion program, and the district reserves seats for special needs students to participate in full inclusion programs, and the district has to fund the special services portion of preschool education. For transportation, you can see we did increase funding for transportation. These increases are necessary for the possible renewals of routes or if a public bid is necessary. These increases include redistricting, out-of-district placements, and we're reviewing and exploring our shared services and reevaluation of all in-district routes. And we're hopeful that we will be able to renew at the CPI. It sounds like we will be, and that's approximately 5.69%. For the schools and departments.
Sorry, Board Member Wright. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I've been looking at this, I'm trying to be a quick study, and I'm looking at our benefits, and I'm looking at transportation. And with transportation, it seems that it's increasing. However, the total population of the school district has been going down for the last 3 years. So where is that increase coming from? And please break out the students by town again.
Okay. So a lot of the transportation increases are coming from the cost of diesel fuel rising, the wages of the bus drivers, and their benefits on the outsourced portion from the vendor.
And with the health benefits, I think we need to really look at how we can save money. I know how to do that, and so I'll be coming in to ask permission. Great, because we can do a whole lot better than what the state is telling us we can do if we do the things that we need to do, and I know how to do it. And I'll stop right there.
Thank you for your feedback. Special services, technology, curriculum, maintenance, and operations. This is a group of expenditures that only has a slight decrease. This is because we're using the $1 million of our maintenance reserve. Next. So I kind of went over this. This is our tuition. This is our transportation. I forgot to move the slides ahead when I was talking, sorry. This is a supply needs in federal entitlement grants. And that's the one I just covered.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes, I know, I'm sorry. I know you wanted me to go into detail.
That's all right.
Sorry.
So going back to the salaries and contract services, where you have a $6.2 million increase, I mean, I just wanted to kind of elaborate on, that includes the salary increases, contractual salary increase that we've done for our teachers, for our admins, and all of that, correct?
That is correct, yes. Yes.
Do you have a breakdown of, what goes where, or that's too deep in the line items?
So you want a breakdown of all the salary lines? And yeah, I can certainly supply that to you. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, the accounting software has it broken out, yes.
And Board Member Vadlamani and other board members, just to add to Mr. Burnside's response there, all of those contractual changes for those collective bargaining units are based on the guide that the board was a part of approving in our negotiations.
Board Member Wright.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I missed you, because as I said, I'm trying to go through this and be a quick study. I'm looking at tuition, the tuition increase that you talked about, and I'm going back, and I want to ask about out-of-district placement. That's my question. I'd like to know if that's from additional special needs students or students whose parents are not satisfied with the school/learning environment that their children are receiving. So I'd like a breakdown on how many children are going out because they're not satisfied with the educational system, and how many children are absolutely special needs, because this is really getting out of control.
Board Member Wright, we actually had that discussion in our special ed ad hoc committee, and I believe—
I wasn't there.
No, I'm helping. I'm helping. So the information is available, and we'll be able to share that. And I would say that the vast, vast majority of out-of-district placements are due to special needs and IEP driven.
The vast majority? Yes. Thank you. So there are students who are out because they're not satisfied with their educational?
Just to clarify for everyone, hold on, I can't speak while every people are speaking,
Please,
please.
can you guys, thanks.
Thank you. I'm not our district lawyer, but just so everyone leaves with the same information, there are legal specifics around how students can be placed in out-of-district placement, and the vast majority are due to special needs. There are other situations, like students who are unfortunately incarcerated and other special situations that require them to be in that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I was going to say, and we had requested that information and the district ran it, so we can send it to you. It's in the weekly packet. It was before you started. So you can see, we tried to, well, they just captured the main reason, so we can start to study that more. Board Member Deval Wilson.
I just wanted to clarify, the 6.2, well, you're on a different slide now, but the salaries and contract services, the 6.2 million increase, does that include our legal counsel, all of the law firms that we use? Is that part of this 6.2 million?
No, that would be, these are salaries.
Okay.
That would be considered a professional service.
Professional service, okay. I asked because that's something I know we need to work on later in the
Yes.
year.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
I'm looking at, again, I'm catching up, I'm looking at added transportation for remote preschool students. And for the remote preschool students, I'd like to know, where are these children coming from? And does the increase include the lawsuit expenses that we've incurred from parents on the transportation issue? And what are the other options that you explored as stated in your presentation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In terms of, I'm looking at here on transportation 1.6, added transportation for remote preschool students. The first question is, where are these students coming from, these remote students? Where are they coming from?
Okay, so those will be the children over 2 miles.
No. They're coming from over 2 miles within district?
Yes.
That's the definition.
It's like the term.
Okay. Okay, so the next question is, does the increase include the lawsuit expenses that we've incurred from parents on the transportation issue?
Am I allowed to answer that? Talking about lawsuit.
Just in terms of what it's cost since January, you can say that's ongoing litigation.
Yeah.
Ongoing litigation. Just let's say it's mid-January. It's, I mean, if you say just a dollar amount, it has to be an increase in that. But if you can't say,
Board Member Wright, we'll discuss that separately in an appropriate setting since it's ongoing litigation. It's not something that I think should be disclosed in public right now.
Okay, and the last question is, what are the other options that you explored, you know, as stated in your presentation for these things here?
So we've looked at different start times for schools. We're looking at the possibility of tiering as many routes as we can to make them more efficient.
Different start times, you said?
Yes.
That was it? Anything else?
That's all I have off the top of my head.
I don't know if you got that. I might as well just go on and ask this last question I have before something, right? Oh, maybe not. It was about outsourcing.
Okay. Okay, this is our expenditures versus revenues. It shows that we do have a balanced budget. This is the estimated school tax impact. You'll see the tax levy increase is 3.43%, but with our debt service decreasing, the overall tax impact is 2.33%. This is our debt service schedule. You'll see that the total this year is $11,428,167. So this is our estimated tax increase. For Maplewood, we're looking at approximately an increase of $261. And for South Orange, it's an increase of $343. Here's some budget highlights that we were just talking about that we went over in some of our committees. For technology, this is the second year that we have a lot of
I'm so sorry, Mr. Burnside. Board Member Vadlamani has a question.
So this is something I've always been curious about. Our school year goes, whatever, September to July to July, July to June 30th or whatever. And how does that sync up with the taxes that we pay? I mean, that's something I've always been curious about, because our tax calendars are probably a little different, because they're probably yearly calendars, right? So when do you get the money for all the appropriations?
Okay, so that's a great question. It's it's going to get a little confusing, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the school year is from July 1st to June 30th. The town's fiscal year is from January to December. So you actually have a blended tax that it's split amongst the years. So it's always going to be a little bit different than what you would see on your annual tax bill from the town. Yeah. And not every school district is like the last school district I came from. They were in line with the town's fiscal year. So it depends on, it's town to town.
Board Member Malaspina?
Oh, I see the technology up there. Did we get to that point, or?
I was just getting ready to go over it.
Okay, so I'll wait for you, sorry.
Okay. So yeah, this is the second year that we have a lot of technology built into the budget. We're going to have Chromebooks, a new firewall, server environment and backup upgrade, laptops, security cameras, fiber upgrade, network wiring, and classroom audio visual.
So I guess then that leads to my question, which is, how much of our budget is now being spent to repair, via time and labor, to repair the Chromebooks and other things that get broken throughout the school year? I know right now we do not have anything in place that charges for that, and I'm wondering if that is something we should look into. Like many other districts do have some type of insurance that is paid so that we can recoup some of the money.
So this is a lease purchase with the Chromebooks, so I do believe that the agreement that we're going to have going forward, they are going to have some kind of warranty where we will have free repairs for a certain amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're also doing a new math curriculum for K-5. Like I said, we're going to use some capital reserve for partial roof replacement at Clinton and a new maintenance truck with a plow. And here's the set. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just have one question. So I just want to confirm that right now the budget has not sanctioned funds for any additional repairs to Maplewood Middle School outside of what's been bonded for.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Board Member Wright?
I don't know if I missed it looking, but I had a question about outsourcing. I would like to know, how did you cost justify outsourcing? And I'd also like to see the comparisons that you've made.
So you're talking about outsourcing all of our professional services?
Outsourcing, yes, custodians, teachers, whatever you're outsourcing, whatever we're outsourcing, I'd like to know the cost justifications for it.
Okay, I apologize, I don't have that right now.
Well, I would like that. Thank you.
Okay.
Just really quickly, on the last two questions, I wanted to just make sure, for Board Member Malaspina, when you spoke about the insurance piece, for those who might not know, one thing I know we've talked about in previous years was, should we be offering via a third party to parents to purchase their own insurance agreement? I think in previous budgets, the suggestion was that if we suggest that they go with it and they're not satisfied with it, we kind of become liable. So we've been trying to work through a way to inform people of the insurance availability, but not recommend the insurance availability. So I want to just acknowledge that I do recall those conversations. But this lease purchase, it includes repairs. So that's a big improvement over our previous purchase outright of those Chromebooks.
I appreciate that. I feel like lots of other districts have figured out a way to make the insurance work, so I'd love us to look into a way to make that happen.
Thank you.
If possible.
And I appreciate that. And for Ms. Wright's question around the justification for outsourcing previous decisions that have been made around outsourcing custodians and paraprofessionals and those type of things, one thing that we speak about when asked about that is the major piece that's most cost prohibitive is the benefits costs for each one of those folks, if they were to come in district, is averaging about $40,000 or so. And so if you're bringing someone into district or bringing a service back, that is one of the major considerations. And it's probably, I wasn't here, but it's probably the reason why they were outsourced in the first place, because of the extremely high benefit costs.
And that is not the case today. And it wasn't the case then. It was not, saving money was not the case for outsourcing when we began the outsource, and it seems we're outsourcing our entire district.
Okay. Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. Part of this budget is also the separate proposal for courtesy transportation. The district is going to seek the approval of the Board of School Estimate on May 3rd to increase the tax levy an additional $1,560,000 for courtesy transportation at 1.25 miles and above for pre-K and elementary school students. This request will result in a permanent increase in the tax levy. And this is the estimated tax increase with the budget and the separate proposal combined. For Maplewood, it would be $377. For South Orange, it would be $479. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation and for the update about the facilities projects that we have ongoing. So please allow me to read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your very busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible. Yes, sorry, where was I? Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. We request that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So the first person we have for public speaks this evening, which actually, if we have some students here, I think we'll start with the students first. So I'm hoping that this is a student. Maxwell Kravitz. Okay.
Hello, my name is Max Kravitz, a Maplewood resident, and I'm a senior at Columbia. Last year, when choosing an English course, I was excited at the possibility of taking a specialized course rather than the standard general English courses. I was immediately attracted to journalism, as at the time we had recently gone through the 2020 election and the media frenzy attached to it. Throughout the course, I developed editing skills, learned about journalistic ethics, and most importantly, improved and became much more aware of my voice as a writer. Mr. Enyart's journalism class is the only English class that I remember being engaged in and excited to go to every single day. I can confidently say that because of Mr. Enyart and the journalism course, I am a much better writer than I was before. I now serve as a writer and designer for the Columbian, our award-winning paper. I primarily focused on writing about local issues, interviewing MPD Chief Albert Sally and Township Committee Deb Engel. Next year, I will be attending Middle Tennessee State University, where I will be continuing my journalistic studies, minoring in journalism at their School of Strategic Media. The primary justification that I have heard for the change to the journalism course is the idea that some schools, specifically UCs, will not accept journalism as an English course for admission to their schools. To my knowledge, nobody has ever encountered journalism not being considered as an English course at any higher educational institution from CHS. I have never heard any examples of CHS students, from CHS students, counselors, or teachers of them personally knowing anyone who has had any issues. In fact, Mr. Enyart even reached out to an admissions officer at one of these schools and received word that it is, in fact, accepted as an English credit. Despite all of this, counselors at CHS still continued to tell students that it is this as if it is a fact. Another argument for changing the course from an English class to an elective is the idea of making the skills required to run the Columbian more accessible. Me and my peers feel that this change doesn't make the course more accessible. I and many others would not have taken the course if not for it being an English class, and many people who want to take journalism will soon no longer be able to fit it into their schedule due to it being designated as an elective. This change will diminish the quality of our award-winning paper and make it so that our editors and writers for the Columbian won't have proper training to effectively produce a quality paper as we have done countless times in the past. Since the cutting of the production journalism course around 4 years ago, we haven't won any more awards. And with the proposed change to the journalism, I don't see us winning any more in the near future. What I want you to take away from this is this. For years, journalism has been a cornerstone of Columbia High School. I have not heard a single parent, teacher, student in support of this proposal to turn this into an elective. As you will hear today from the course has been a highlight of me and my peers' time at Columbia, and we want future generations of Columbia students to be able to learn and engage with.
Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to cut you off. We let you go a lot longer, but
Gotcha.
Because we wanted to hear what you had to say, but we have a lot of people here to speak tonight. Thank you so much, Max. We really appreciate it. The next student we have for public speaks is Jonah Bryant. And just so you guys know, just to manage the time, there is a clock up here. So just as a heads up. Thank you so much. The clock wasn't moving, sorry. I guess the clock wasn't moving. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jonah Bryant. I'm a junior at Columbia. First of all, I'm from Maplewood. I'm a junior at Columbia High School and a current student of journalistic writing and analysis. I also am the publisher of the petition made in collaboration with former students of journalism to reinstate the class. I'm speaking today to voice my concerns about the proposed changes. Throughout my time taking Mr. Enyart's journalism class, this class has inspired me to sharpen critical thinking skills, to discover information in the public interest, and to speak truth to power. These skills enabled me to hold institutions accountable by creating this petition, a petition that has over 1,036 signatures and counting, larger than half of the student body of CHS in comparison. I brought here a printout. Can you pass me that? Thank you. I brought here a printout of all 1,036 signatures and various testimonies to illustrate the community's dismay of the changes brought to the course. Mr. Enyart's journalistic writing and analysis curriculum has taught and inspired students who are now professional journalists at esteemed news corporations, such as the New York Times, the Boston Globe, PBS NewsHour, CNN, and Bloomberg Media, to name a few. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you make the right choice in creating journalism to be an English course and reversing it from a elective.
Thank you so much, Jonah. We really appreciate it. Thank you. The next.
You can give it to us, or give it to Mr. Burnside.
Thank you. The next student we have is Georgie Gassano.
Hello, my name is Georgie Gassaro. I am a senior at CHS and a rising journalism major at Ithaca College. I am also the co-editor-in-chief of the Columbian, along with my co-editor, Casey Slavin, who could not be here tonight. Although I had the option to take the journalism course during my junior year, I knew that I wanted to take AP Literature, but as I began applying to colleges, I discovered my aspirations for studying journalism in college. So I decided to take both journalism and AP Literature as a senior. With the alteration of the journalism course becoming a non-credit elective, many students will be forced to take 2 English courses in 1 year. The difference between their experience and mine, however, is that it will not be a choice, but rather a necessity to satisfy graduation requirements. How will this change affect the writing and editing process of the Columbian? Because I was simultaneously acting as chief and learning the ethics of journalism through the course, Casey Slavin, who had taken journalism the year before, was working with someone who was playing catch-up. This will be the case for a lot of future Columbian editors and writers. Additionally, this course not only benefits those like me who want to pursue journalism in college, it targets every single student who wishes to become a more diligent and smarter consumer of everyday media, making it arguably one of the most universal English courses that we offer today. While I am thankful that the curriculum length and grade accessibility of journalism is remaining the same, it is difficult to envision how this will affect the course's desirability and therefore the Columbian's efficiency. So as you make this decision, I ask you to recognize how this serves as yet another example of journalism becoming less and less valued and respected at CHS, the first example being the complete removal of the production journalism course. Journalism will continue to be relevant to each and every student who graduates from this school. The course should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie. We now have Noah Morose.
Thank you. Noah Morose from South Orange, New Jersey, and proud Columbia High School student. So throughout my time at Columbia, the English department has had a massive impact on my development within the walls of our school and far beyond. In 9th grade, Mr. Joseph Lombardo taught me how to actually write, how to articulate my thoughts in a manner that could be read clearly. The following year, even while virtual, Ms. Jennifer Dalton introduced me to the wonderful world of Shakespeare and American fiction, forcing me to grow out of my comfort zone that I was so often settled in with nonfiction. Then came my junior year, my most challenging year of English yet. It's hard to articulate the impact that Ms. Carly Buckles had on my writing, critical thinking, and future. She truly changed what I thought was possible for me and my own academic abilities. And now I'm lucky enough to have Mr. Joshua Enyart as my senior year of English, the same instructor, as I'm sure you are all aware, of the journalism course. And while my year is still not over yet, I'm proud to call him one of my favorite instructors at Columbia. So with such amazing instructors in this department, in consideration with last year's union negotiations, it's a miracle that we didn't have any turnover of these wonderful teachers in this department. These teachers clearly deserve the best. And the best is not what's happening with our journalism course. This course has been in place for years, with students going on to write in our own Columbian paper, the papers of countless universities, and even gone on to write professionally, as we heard before. The justification for changing the course's credit allocation seems to be for some sort of English standards, even though the course has been around for years. And I'm not sure what sort of state regulation would have changed that. But anyways, but part of the beauty of Columbia that we have here is the course diversity, the ability for our students to really choose what they want to do with their academic pursuits. Some students, believe it or not, might not want to sit in a class, read a book, write an essay, and do it again 5 more times in the year. We need to celebrate our course choice, and we need to celebrate the faculty that we have in our English department and at Columbia High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. The next student is Scott Clint Barton.
Before I begin, I want to thank Mr. Enyart for helping me get accepted to the New York Times School of Education just earlier this week. And I'm from Maplewood. The CHS administration is extremely hostile to the journalism class, the Columbian, and any student-run publications that are even slightly critical of the school, such as the Good Script, Seen at CHS, and Corporate Magazine. Since Sanchez became principal, the Columbian has become increasingly censored and watered down, so that several writers this year have been prevented from writing about the real issues at the school, such as the student council's inaccessibility, the issue of sexual harassment in the student culture, and the large altercation at the CHS Irvington basketball game. I was frustrated by the censorship and started my own weekly newspaper, The Investigator, but Sanchez tried to limit my distribution of that as well. Sanchez only cares about the school's image, not the safety of the students. While he's beautifying and cutting ribbons, my classes are interrupted by students making noise and roughhousing while wandering the halls at least 4 times a week. We had fire drills caused by the fire alarm being intentionally set off 2 days in a row this week, and I am aware of multiple teenagers from outside the district that have entered the building multiple times during and after the school day using several different entrances, and they were never stopped or even questioned by a security guard. And nobody scans their ID at the beginning of the day. I haven't since October. Just know that whenever Sanchez updates you on the state of CHS, he is giving you a sugar-coated version of the truth. And if you don't believe me, look at the NJ DOE performance report from last school year and compare it to previous years, and you'll see the effect of his administration. Sanchez has a major problem with censorship and honesty at CHS. I believe that by limiting the journalism class, he's trying to remove his biggest critic, Mr. Enyart, his most honest critic, from the school so that he can no longer speak truth to power. All we ask is that the school administration admits its mistake and reinstates journalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott Clint. So that's on my notes that those are all the students, but are there any other students here this evening that weren't on this list that I could call forward, or is that it? Okay. All right, thank you to our students for coming this evening. Thank you very much. The next public speaks is from Chris Duran.
Good evening. My name is Chris Duran. I'm a CHS graduate from the class of 2015, and I'm here in solidarity with the Wilkins family, which is also here today. On Monday, March 27th, exactly a month to today's meeting, a 4-year-old black autistic child was held and dangled upside down from his ankles by his teacher at Montrose Early Childhood Center in South Orange. In response, the teacher has been suspended while the district investigates. However, the family has been met with silence from local officials, the Board of Education, and the superintendent. Additionally, this incident does not exist in isolation, but has been a part of a consistent pattern of physically and mentally abusive behavior by teachers throughout the district. It is unacceptable that this Board of Education has yet to release a public statement on this, nor contact the family, nor provide advocacy of any type in defense of the student and the family's safety. The responsibilities of the board's members include serving and caring for its children. The fact that this silence and lack of accountability is occurring during Autism Awareness Month further adds a disgraceful insult to injury. If this district truly cares about its students, it would currently be making it a primary priority to provide proper care and resources for the Wilkins family, along with calling for a firing and not just suspension of the teacher at the very least. Unfortunately, we continue to see absolutely unprincipled behavior by this board, which does not seem to be in touch with the needs of its own supposed community, and particularly the needs of Black and brown students, families, and employees. This board meeting is currently occurring a month after the incident in question, and yet accountability has not been a priority. The fact that it is a priority to reward a staff member of the very same school under investigation in front of the family tonight demonstrates eloquently how out of touch this board is with and this district generally should be ashamed of itself. At the same time, instead this board has chosen actually in recent months to harass its most dedicated community organizers with groups that have long served my peers in the district, including MAPSO Freedom School. At the same time, we have continued to see case after case after case of abuse by faculty and administrators towards our children and young people through the years go completely without punishment or accountability, including in the case of longtime former VP of Columbia High School. Clearly, the priorities of this district's supposed public servants and administrators
Chris,
seem to be quite confused.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming. Thank you, Chris. The next public speaks is Felicia George.
Good evening, if we can say it's good. My name is Felicia George. I was a former candidate for the Board of Education, and I had wrote something, but honestly, I just want to speak to all of you. In what world is it okay that a Black autistic child is hung upside down by his ankles? In what world? I am sure most of you have kids. Think of them. Do not silence this family. Wake up, speak up, get up. You're doing this for free. For free. If you do not want to address it, do something different with your free time. Stop. Do something. Act. Investigate. Fire. Do not transfer. Stop transferring people to different schools. It's not working. Kids are being hurt. You did not tell his mother he was hurt until 48 hours later. Anything could have happened to him. Get up. Stop waiting for someone else to speak. Stop waiting for someone to do something. Stop waiting for it to be legal. Because someone is going to get seriously hurt, and then what? How will you protect yourselves then? How will you protect the district then? Silence is not the answer to these issues. You must do more. You must act. And we will be here every single day until that is done. This school needs to be investigated. Montrose needs to be investigated deeply. This is not an ask, it's a demand. That teacher needs to be investigated. Every other teacher in that classroom needs to be investigated. And if they have fear of being fired, if they have fear of anything happening to them because they speak up, do something because you know. Stop. That child is Black. That child is 4. That child could not speak for himself, and my time is never up. That's right. That child cannot speak for himself. If a teacher said it happened, it happened. Cry, feel it, because it's important.
Thank you, Felicia. The next person up is Kason Little.
Oh, okay. Kason Little, Black Lives Matter, Elizabeth. First of all, I haven't even forgotten of the recent and past reasons why I had to show up in front of this board. Because of racism and white supremacy within the classrooms. I haven't forgotten that you had a teacher, or still have, because why we don't know, because you do not include the public in the decision-making process. So she may still be in the classroom. But that teacher was Ms. Tomar, who ripped off a black child's hijab. And now we have another black child, one who is not able to speak, that has so much trauma inflicted upon him by those who are supposed to teach him within his classroom. So yeah, I'm outraged. Yeah, I'm angry. Yeah, I'm upset. Because you have the capacity to reverse course, and you have the capacity to do what's right, and you must do it right now. At the best interest of our black, beautiful young queens and kings that are in your custody every single day, that are under your watch. So I'm gonna ask you this only one time. What is the plan to root out racism and white supremacy of any kinds within the South Orange and Maplewood public schools? What is the plan? What is the plan? Because I'll tell you something. Until we reach the day where no black child have to endure any mental, physical, or harmful infliction, we are going to show the hell up. And in closing, the superintendent have been leaving this family out of the dark, and I'm tired of it. Every family, especially a family that is directly impacted, should be receiving communication on a daily basis pertaining to this investigation, pertaining to where the teacher is, pertaining to the status of the teacher's employment. And the fact that this parent has been deliberately being left out of that process, we're not having it. So, in closing, as a board, the questions come from that side, the answers come from this side, the questions come from that side. You hire a superintendent who runs a district and is the chief. So he should also be informing you of where that process is of your employee. Because the taxpayers voted you in, they're gonna vote you out. And we are on the demand, and you must be on a mandate to legislate in full defense of black lives. No, I don't yield back. Justice for Daylin Wilkins.
Thank you very much. The next person for public speaks is Jonathan Yelverton.
I wish I could say that this is a good evening, but it's not. I'm Dr. Jonathan Yelverton of Union County. When I heard about this incident with this young black child being assaulted, that was an assault, a criminal assault. Anytime that you put your hands on a child as a teacher, that is criminal. And all of you sit here and you say nothing about it. There's so many deficiencies that I heard tonight within this school district, this school system, with the budget, salaries. You're being transparent about that. How come you're not being transparent about what happened to this child and being transparent to his mother? It is an outrage. That is absolutely unacceptable. Would you have want that done if it was your child? We all know you're holding this teacher's name. You're withholding this teacher's name from this child's mother. Is it because she has the complexion, for the protection, for the connection? Come on. Is that what it is? You all know exactly what you're doing. And as a doctor, fellow Dr. Taylor, I'm outraged. You should be ashamed of yourself for allowing this to happen under your tenure. You're no fellow doctor of mine. You all have the luxury of going home to your children that I'm sure you pay for their education. They're not in public schools that you serve, and you know it. It is a disgrace. I have a suggestion, though. They ought to change all of these chairs into toilets because you shit on the people that you're supposed to serve.
Board President.
Thank you.
Board President, can I just say something really quickly?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you so much.
I understand there are impassioned things that people want to say tonight, and that is what...
It's an injustice here. It's not about a passion. And we're outraged about this
So,
injustice.
sir,
So let me correct you for that.
Justice, you tell pursue, Ezekiel.
so to be clear, this is a public meeting, and the expectation is public decorum. And so while I understand that there are impassioned things that people want to say at the mic and that they are permitted to say those things at the mic, it is appropriate to be, to show public decorum. So far, multiple people have been shouting while others are speaking, and that is inappropriate, including right now when I'm speaking and have the floor. And so what I would ask is to allow the people at the mic to speak and to direct the comments to the chair and not directly to people at this dais right now. That is appropriate public decorum. I am asking people to observe it.
And what we expect is accountability.
Sir, you had your time, okay? Please just observe public decorum and the rules of the public meeting. Thank you.
I was also gonna say for those who spoke, there is a second public speaks as well, if you'd like to speak again.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay, the next person up is Kim Takas. And I apologize if I didn't pronounce your last name.
Hi there, I'm Kim Takach. I live in Maplewood. I'm a mom to 2 kids, and I'm also a pediatric speech-language pathologist. I'm here tonight in support and solidarity of Dalen Wilkins and his family. When I heard Dalen's story, I felt compelled to support his family in whatever way I could, as an SLP and as a mom. I know from the families I serve the ways in which children with disabilities and their families are made to feel excluded from our community and not prioritized in our school district. I've heard again and again the work, the logistical, emotional labor, and energy and time that it takes families to advocate for their children's safety and education. Beyond the documentable, tangible challenges, I've heard stories about how we as a district and a community make families of kids with disabilities feel like an afterthought or a burden. So when I heard this news, this horrific news about Dalen, I knew that this needed to be a wake-up call in order for us to reconsider how we are prioritizing and protecting our children with disabilities. But as this investigation is ongoing, regardless of the outcome, I implore you to consider a few questions as individuals, as board members, and to all of us here as parents. What will it take for us to prioritize the rights, the safety, the voices of children with disabilities in our district? What about Black and brown children in our district? Is it allegations of abuse? Will we only take action if that allegation is proven? When is enough enough? Nationally, children with disabilities are 3 times more likely to suffer abuse and neglect than their non-disabled peers. Black, Indigenous, and children of color are disproportionately affected by that. 70% of people with disabilities are abused at some point in their lifetime. What are we doing individually as a district and as parents, as a board of education to prioritize their safety? How are we educating ourselves, our children, our teachers, our staff on neurodivergence and disability? Beyond just physical safety, what are we doing to prioritize their emotional safety, their feeling of well-being and of belonging? Children and adults with disability are part of what makes Soma a wonderfully diverse place. It's time we prioritize getting them what they need and deserve, and not just to be included, but to belong and feel valued here.
Thank you. Next up, we have Beth Constantino and Will Meyer.
Thanks very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Beth, who was not able to stay.
I am, Beth is president of the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, CPAC-SOMA. We're here tonight to speak to you on behalf of the CPAC Executive Board and the CPAC community we represent. A week ago, we sent a letter to the administration, which included critical recommendations for the preschool program and an offer to discuss these recommendations. This evening, I want to share some of them with you tonight. All preschool students in our district deserve to have an enriching and successful experience. We recommend, first, all persons who are working with children at the preschool level in our district receive the Handle with Care training program in de-escalation techniques that are specific to preschool-age children. We recommend that persons trained will be made to understand restraining any child is the absolute last resort, and there are measures which should be put in place proactively so there's no need for those restraints. We recommend the entire staff of the preschool program be trained in positive behavior interventions and support, PBIS. Further, preschool families would also benefit from having that orientation of what PBIS is so the whole community can work together for the benefit of students. We recommend preschool students have their child's teacher as their trusted adult. We hear that term used a lot for students, but parents also need this connection with the school. With ongoing two-way communications, the teacher and parent can then share the strategies to work on challenges and share in the successes that a student have. And finally, we recommend so strongly working with the preschool parents to create in-person opportunities to build trust that involve the entire community, including staff. We know the bunker mentality that can engage when there's an incident, everyone worrying that saying something will increase legal liability. And the district has to protect itself, but its primary duty is to students. Parents need to know how the students are being educated and being kept safe. CPAC welcomes partnering with the school district and families to help promote, plan, and facilitate these opportunities. So give us a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. The next person up for public speaks is Madriana Lorenken.
Hello. My name is Hadriana Lowenkron, and I'm a proud alumna of Columbia High School, South Orange Middle School, and Clinton Elementary School. But most importantly, Mr. Joshua Enyard's journalism class and his award-winning Columbian newspaper. Sorry. Now, as I'm sitting here listening to the horrors of what has happened, I'm saddened, but I can't say I'm surprised. The school district has consistently lacked transparency and accountability, and that is exactly what journalism seeks to solve, and why I, particularly as a Black woman, sought to go into the field in the first place. I fell into journalism my junior year at the school, and I have not looked back, going on to be the editor-in-chief of my college paper, and ultimately taking a job as a reporter at Bloomberg News, where I am today. Mr. Enyard's class taught me the power of words, the importance of truth-telling, and ultimately, the pertinence of holding institutions like this school district accountable. From features that I've written as part of the Columbia High School's journalism class and Columbian newspaper, I've ranged from topics of unpacking the school's internalized segregation deriving from its deep-rooted leveling system, where you could tell based on who is inside the classroom what level the student is in. And I've had the incredible opportunity to talk to my peers, faculty, and families, all who believe in the potential of the district. I too believe in the potential of the district, and while I'm relieved to hear some of our complaints have been addressed, I'm disappointed with the way this entire issue has been handled. In today's war on truth and transparency, our school district can choose to do the right thing. It is the right thing to ensure that there is follow-through on the district's promise to swiftly transition the course to ultimately be a accredited ELA course, as it has been for several years, and it is the right thing to allow Mr. Enyard to continue to teach this course. Lastly, it is the right thing to be transparent about all decisions made behind closed doors, especially with the matter that has been brought up earlier today. Members of the South Orange Maplewood School District and Board of Education, I implore you to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Lynn Irby.
one of my students. My name is Lynn Irby. I'm the principal of South Orange Middle School and a resident of West Orange. I normally don't come to board meetings only to speak on matters that become so egregious that I cannot stay silent. And I'm here to speak on selective outrage. The conversation, slandering, assault, and witch hunt, whatever your lens dictates, against a colleague of mine has me troubled. But I should be careful about my word choice, my tone, my mannerisms, because I too will be characterized as rude, unapproachable, the terms often used to describe Black women in any type of leadership position. We are over-policed, over-scrutinized, and then asked to defend our very existence. Our lived experience does not allow us to package the messages to your liking. Teachers College has been in this district for more than 8 years, yet it becomes a problem when a Black woman is in charge. Your selective outrage is so telling. How dare a Black woman have the audacity to hold adults to high expectations for those serving our children? How dare she have the expectation that you will put grades in Power School? How dare she ask you to collect data on students and then implement strategies to address their reading frailties? How dare she ask you to teach children and not books? As an ELA teacher, I'd be mad too if I had to do all of this work when my partner teachers are playing Black History Jeopardy for 30 minutes on a professional development day. This district suffers from mendacious diversity. We put on a show, we check boxes, and sometimes we don't do that well. Our district was sued because Black children were being ignored and abused. Dr. Fergus came to do work, but wait, he had to come back, didn't he? How much did that cost us? But where is your outrage? If teachers were properly trained in cultural responsiveness, cultural sensitivity, then our Black children in general and Black special needs children in particular would not continue to be harmed by people who refuse to see us. Wake up. This is a problem, but where is your outrage? And please don't tell me we've had training. And if you do, show me the agenda and the sign-in sheets. AP students were allowed to come to school to get support during spring break. Where was the support for my struggling students? But where is your outrage? It's time to rip the blindfold off and let's talk. Unsigned letters, I say take off your mask and let's face our accuser. Why don't you come to the principals' meetings? The past president did. Our buildings are filthy because we choose to have a contract with the very company that served chicken and waffles and watermelon during Black history. But where is your outrage?
Thank you, Lynn. Next up, we have Jeffrey Bennett.
I know this is on a different topic, but it hasn't come up yet. I was speaking about the way that the Marshall and Bolden schools are being unpaired for next year and the year after that. You may know that yesterday at about 2:30, an email went out to the Marshall and Bolden parents telling them that after this current second grade, that the students who are now first graders and kindergartners would be staying at Marshall throughout their elementary school careers. I was very disappointed to see this, that it would be done in this way instead of the way that it was done for the current second grader, because it means that current second and third graders who have younger siblings aren't going to be able to be with their younger siblings when they get older, which is something that I was hoping would happen, so it would mean that parents have less stress. It's also a missed opportunity to give parents a bit of choice again, like was done for this year's second graders. For a lot of valid reasons, parents might have different preferences for which school their child goes to. Some might really want proximity, some might want the more distant school so they get a bus, or some might want a particular start time. This will also have a very strange effect for sibling preference because Marshall is going to have an immense third and fourth and then fifth grade in a couple years. With like 150 or 160 kids as it has now, but the incoming kindergartners will have about 70 or 80 kids. So a very, very high percentage of the incoming kindergartens will be younger siblings of older kids. So there'll be very little room for Marshall area kids at the Marshall School. This also means, strangely, that Bolden will not have a third grade in 2 years and not have a third or fourth grade in 2 years, which is hard to believe. There's also a problem with the process here. I would think that the Board of Education would play more of a role in this, or at least discuss it at an additional time so the public will become aware of what's going to happen and what different administrators and board members' justifications are for these things. It kind of seems like, the administration made this decision very independently. I would think good governance would be that the administration presents more than one option and then that the board would choose from that. Anyway, in short, I hope that you tend not to see students as just interchangeable parts, and you look to see families and children as unique beings who have unique needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next up, we have Lisa Davis.
My name is Lisa Davis, and I'm with the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We are a national organization with our international reach, and I also live in West Orange, New Jersey. I want to first of all say, don't you ever tell Black people about decorum and how we are supposed to be. Not ever. I am here because I know what this represents. I am from that generation whose parents were lynched, hung, and attacked publicly. That is your public decorum that you talk about, that you try to tell Black people how to behave when all people were doing was just giving support to each other. A young child dangled by their ankles. I'm here to let you know, I want the families to know, we support the family. And I want this generation coming after me to know, do not tolerate it for 5 seconds. I grew up watching Black children attacked who were trying to go to school. I'm not gonna tolerate it for 5 seconds, not 5 seconds, not a nanosecond longer, not ever, no more. We want answers, and I want the family to know, but do not ever, and you young people, do not ever tolerate it. Not for 5 seconds more, enough is enough. You don't have to tolerate it. Don't let anybody tell you that you do.
Thank you, Lisa. We have Sarah Bracken.
Hello. My name is Sarah Braca. I'm a former co-editor-in-chief of the award-winning Columbian with my best friend, Hadriana, who you heard speak so beautifully before, and I'm formerly the 145th editor-in-chief and president of the Columbia Daily Spectator, the undergraduate newspaper of Columbia University. I cannot overstate the positive impact Mr. Enyart has had on my life, my fellow classmates, and CHS as a whole. I appreciate the district's commitment to keeping Columbia's journalism course a full year course, but it is an empty gesture, and it amounts to nothing more than a bait and switch. Turning a journalism course into an elective devoid of ELA credits is a farce. The ELA standards have remained the same since 2016. The district must immediately provide evidence that the course is not fulfilling these standards and must immediately respond to the evidence that Mr. Enyart provided that shows that the course does meet these standards. When the new standards are released, the district must work with Mr. Enyart to modify the course if need be to meet these standards. That this course is an accredited ELA course is of the utmost importance. By making this course an elective, students will need 4 years of other English classes. This means that students who need credits in their schedule to graduate will be forced by the district to disregard any interest they have in journalism. They will be barred from the critical thinking, writing, and editing skills that will build them into better, more prepared students and members of their communities. Journalists risk their lives. Freedom of the press is a fundamental principle of our democracy, and the district is giving journalism the back of its hand. It is short-sighted, dismissive of the true power of language, and shameful. It is time to finish the work that the district started today. Work swiftly to recredit the course as an ELI course and work alongside your instructor with a proven track record in creating accomplished journalists out of high school students. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And our last public speaks for the evening is Charlotte McCourt. This is the virtual public speaks. Keith.
That community member is not online.
Okay, that concludes our public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely will respond. For those who don't normally attend these meetings, though we are advised to not respond to public speaks as the board president reads in the beginning of these meetings, this is a meeting of the board and the public. I often try to give responses so that we all leave with the same information. I want to first recognize all of the Columbia High School students who came to voice their opinions with an act of democracy here, and I'm sure that all of the board members would echo that we're impressed with not only what you're sharing, but also your method of sharing it with this act of civilly being able to share this with us, even though you're animated, your message came across, and I'm sure that our administration, our CNI department, et cetera, also is present and heard what was shared around the discussion around journalism. So for those who inquired about us not being able to discuss topics of allegations, I have a statement that I can read because we are limited legally on what we can share, and I want to make sure that I put this on the record for those who may not have had a chance to view the public statement that we've given in response to this conversation. Is that the health and the safety of our students are the highest priority for us as a district and as a board, and that we are cooperating with the appropriate authorities and are unable to give further comment because of the confidentiality that's applicable to both student confidentiality as well as personnel matters. But please know that we're taking this matter very seriously and working with the appropriate authorities and providing all the information that they need to complete their investigation. To CPAC, still here, to CPAC, we have received your notice. I have it open on my computer right now, actually. We've been working together as a team to review and to thoughtfully reply to those suggestions, many of which are in existence, but may need to be refreshed. And so we appreciate the thoughtful nature of you sharing that information with us. To our Columbia High School alums, thank you for making us proud and coming back to share with us your thoughts on this important matter. I did share in my opening comments regarding that discussion, so I won't repeat it, but we definitely appreciate hearing from you and hearing of your success, and we're very proud of you and what you have achieved thus far early in your journey. Principal Irby, are you still here? Thank you, Principal Irby, for bringing your strong comments in defense of your colleagues. As you know, we can't discuss personnel in public, but I think everyone heard what you said and shared. Mr. Bennett, are you still here? Hi, Mr. Bennett. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but I made a statement that we did receive feedback from some families, and I'm taking that feedback similar to what you shared back to that steering committee. And we're going to talk more about it. And so we'll have an update shortly from that steering committee meeting early next week. So thank you for coming. Thank you. Those are all my responses, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. So now we are going to transition to our committee report outs. The committee report outs will go in the following order. We'll start with Second VP Duval Wilson, who will read for FFT, First VP Malaspina CNI, then Board Member Eckert for Personnel, Board Member Gifford for Policy, and then Dr. Tellisford will read for both Data and Technology Committees and Special Services Ad Hoc Committees, as there's a mass exodus, you know? It's like, guys, nobody wants to hear the committee report outs? Come on, it's gonna get really exciting. All right, thank you for coming.
I'll listen to your report. I'll stay so you guys come in. Okay, come on.
Okay.
We'll hear you.
I'm glad I'm first because mine is probably the longest. Sorry. Our meetings last like 4 hours. We have so much fun together in FFT. So on April 20th, board members Bill, Arun, Caitlin, and I were in attendance for the FFT committee meeting. We had a lot of visitors. So we met with Matthew Seckler to review the latest progress on the hazardous routes. He confirmed having meetings with South Orange Police Department. At the time, he was rescheduling his Maplewood Police Department meeting, which has since happened. He confirmed that the police departments agreed with his analysis and also his analysis of the hazardous routes, and also contributed more recent accident report data. As he finalized his report, he said he was adding more background information about the parts of the routes that are considered hazardous, and also noting that some routes that are deemed safe may not be the more direct route to school, meaning a student might have to go another block outside of their way in order for it to maintain being non-hazardous. With that said, we had asked the Transportation Department to review those safer direct routes in order to verify that they're still within distance that would not require a bus. Secular City is creating a map with crossing guard placements. We talked about the importance of crossing guards because some of these routes would be considered hazardous without a crossing guard. As you all know, crossing guards is not something that the district manages. It's what the two towns do. So we have had many ongoing conversations with the police departments about how they ensure that there are backups, triple backups to keep us covered. We discussed the time frame for evaluating routes in the future so that we can have a clear timeline when it comes to when the Transportation Department needs to have an update on any new hazardous routes or changes to the routes so that they get it in a timely manner, because normally they're creating their bus routes in the summer. And then we had Janine Byers come from Sussex County Cooperative to review our new routes. And we were happy to see that we only need 11. Well, not only, I mean, that's still a decent amount, but less than anticipated. And that there's a cost savings of $260,000. We'll talk about that more, of course, at the Board of School estimate. But it does reduce the new tax levy, as Mr. Burnside showed earlier this evening. While reviewing the proposed bus routes, we asked what the new net riders were, but that data wasn't readily available. We asked about incoming kindergartners being included in this data, but at the time, the placements had not been finalized yet. I believe tomorrow those letters are going out. So, just trying to line up all the data that we would need for next Wednesday's Board of School estimate meeting. And thank you to Mr. Burnside for all the work that you and the rest of the team have done on that presentation. We really appreciate it. We also discussed start times, and that will be an ongoing conversation when it comes to tiering the routes and then making sure that students get to school on time. So also just reviewing a timeline, existing bus routes renew May 8th, and after the Board of School estimate meeting, if all goes well, then we would be approving the new routes for those bus routes that would go to bid the first week of June. Okay, and then we had our health insurance provider. This is for you, Ms. Wright. Joe Colombo came, and he discussed, he had been analyzing our current state health plan versus other plans, and based on his cost analysis and based on usage of our insurance plan, because it's also based on how staff is using the insurance plan, we actually are, if we were to switch, we would not be saving. We're actually doing better currently with the current state health plan. That will be reevaluated again in January, but he did say that for dental plans, we have some flexibility there. And he said that that's something that we'll be able to discuss in September. Look, we can always talk about that more later, but this is based on his analysis. And obviously, we are being mindful of the state health plan, and this will be reevaluated again in the future, but he is on it. Then our third and last visitor was Kathy Tartaglia of Epic Construction, just giving updates. Mr. Burnside really pretty much gave all the updates. The one thing that I will say is that, community members had come to us asking about the cafetorium at Marshall, and that was something that had been discussed, expanding on the auditorium at Marshall. At the time, the long-range facility plan was being discussed and finalized, and it just was not something that was put into the plans. It was cost prohibitive at that time. It is still cost prohibitive, but something that we can look into in the future. So I just want the community to know that that was discussed. And then, oh yeah, okay, so we're still waiting for 2 school auditoriums to be evaluated, the high school and South Mountain Annex. We are trying to do our due diligence because the bids that we received for South Orange Middle School and Seth Boyden were quite high, and really just one bid that we're looking at from the co-op, and we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to get other bids. So the district is putting out their own request for proposal, and that will include both long-term and short-term fixes, because we do realize that there are things that just need to be, from safety perspective, there's just things that do need to be addressed sooner than later. And then finally, almost done. Depending on board school of estimate approval, we're offering transportation at the 1.25 mile mark. We discussed this in the policy section and discussed that it would make the most sense when updating policy 8600 that we would make a separate policy, that's 8600.1, that would just be for hazardous routes. And that policy is in the process of being updated. We're of course need the Transportation Department to work with us on that, and it will go up for first read in May. We also discussed in new business Beyond the Bell, because we had heard that there were some changes happening. We are waiting for more information on that, and we appreciate, Dr. Taylor, that you're working on getting some of the asks for us to further evaluate that. We know community members have also come to us asking questions, and so more will come on that when possible. And that's it. Questions?
Do we have any questions for?
Yeah. Okay. Board Member Wright.
Anything that you said, and we'll talk about the health later.
Yeah.
But it was basically about salaries. I wanted to know, oh, I'm sorry. It's basically about salaries, and I'm going back through the thing, we didn't talk about it, but I'm wondering how much we've spent, how many monies have been paid to teachers, coaches, administrators who no longer teach, administer to the district nor coach. I would like to get that amount, that figure.
Yeah, that would be, that wasn't discussed in our meeting, but I will say that one of the goals, so all of the committees have their own goals in addition to district goals and board goals. And so one of the goals, 2 of the goals for FFT, one is related to figuring out what additional repairs need to happen at schools that are not part of long-range facility plan. So, and to get a punch list at the end of the year on that. And the second thing was about spending and what is causing our budget to maybe go over. Yeah, exactly.
Implode.
And so that's one of the reasons why I had asked about the slide that was talking about services, contracted services, and that's why I asked, is legal part of that? Because we know that legal, no offense, Patrick, we love you, but we know that legal fees, special ed, obviously we need it, but a lot of those, and health plans as well, cause the budget to explode a bit, and we want to dig into that deeper. So part of our goal in FFT is to look at those spending areas a bit more, analyze them, and understand why they're going up. And a lot of it has happened already. I mean, Mr. Burns had brought up special ed spending in February, I believe, and we realized that a lot of that was going to the paras and outsourcing, and then they went and renegotiated to get better rates. So, I mean, a lot of this has already been happening, but really just making sure that we are looking at this and having some type of proper analysis by December. Is there anything else? No? Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Board Member Duvall-Wilson?
Okay, so we'll now transition over to the C&I Committee report out. Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, everybody. All like 5 of you left. The Curriculum Committee met on April 17th. In attendance were Regina Eckert, Nubia Duvall-Wilson, and myself. Courtney Wingfield was absent. The meeting lasted over 3 hours, with a large portion of the conversation related to the journalism course. Dr. Beanfolks and Mr. Sanchez spoke on why they decided to make the changes from a full-year course that counts towards English graduation requirement for juniors and seniors to a half-year elective course that is just for seniors. The meeting minutes go into detail about questions that the board had about this and the district's responses. We ended the conversation with the administration looking at the board's suggestions and reporting back to us. I am happy to hear that the administration decided to make it a full-year junior and senior elective course, but the hope of the board majority is to find a way in the future to make it count as an English credit as it has in the for English credit as it has in the past. With that in mind, the committee asked the administration to bring a revised curriculum to us for approval in the near future. I would like to thank the many community members, alumni, current students who advocated for this course to remain a full-year course, and to the many that spoke tonight. My son is a sports media major at Ithaca, in part due to this course. I do want to clear up some misconceptions that were out there. Currently, our policies are written in a way that the administration and our lawyers do not believe that this change required board approval. We have put policy 2200 up for first read tonight, with changes that would require a change like this to have board approval moving forward. Dr. Bean folks did a presentation with the committee on the ELA curriculum, and we specifically focused on the use of teacher college curriculum and phonics. She stated that we do a mix of TC and phonics, and that we emphasize recall, retrieval, reproduction, and repetitiveness. We got an update on summer school. The cost will remain the same for credit recovery, but it will go up for the math advancement to $450 to help cover the cost of the program. There will be an email to parents in early May about the summer school options available. Directors Warbill, and if I pronounced your name wrong, I'm really sorry, and Carrera spoke about the culturally responsive audit that they are beginning this summer. They will be using two different audits, the Steinhardt audit from NYU for STEAM and ELA, and the Great Midwest Plains Center audit for social studies, world language, PE, health, and art. The audits will be done by teams that will include supervisors, teachers, parents, and high school students, which we were all very happy to hear that we were including them in that. We discussed the pass-fail data, and we learned that it will be available to the BOE and the public very soon, and we will soon be getting Q3 data. We had another conversation about the dance class, and they made some immediate changes by having some of the performances happen during their double period. And there will be a meeting at the end of the year to discuss how the class will look moving forward. Dr. Carrera has started the audit process, and she is looking at how she can build on the work that was already done. Has started the, I want to make sure I stated that clear, has started the G&T audit process and is looking at how she can build on the work that was already done. She is going to review different screening tools and focus on twice exceptional students, which is something that has been brought to our attention. So we were happy to hear that. Board member Malaspina shared with me, shared with the team information about the Union High School's extended day program, which has been in existence for over 20 years. We discussed the need for an alternative approach to educating some of our students. The administration is hoping to share something with us in the next month or two. We also talked briefly about the current budget and how it relates to C&I. The two basic expenses are the new math curriculum, which we have still not made a decision on, but we are hoping to do in the near future, and also PD and resources for the classroom. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions for Board Member Malaspina, Dr. Telesford, and then Board Member Vadlamani?
I guess when I looked at the committee meeting minutes for CNI, the first section was about focusing on struggling students and I guess supports for them. But then most of the, I guess, that readout was about the journalism course. So I'm curious about how much time did we spend discussing the journalism course, and then how much time did we spend talking about the pass-fail data and doing that deep dive?
We spent, I couldn't give you the exact times. We spent a while on the journalism course. We are still waiting for the pass-fail data, so we couldn't really do much without having it in our hands to have a discussion about it. We should have it in the next month.
I guess I just asked just because we don't have the pass-fail data either, but we spent about almost 45 minutes, close to an hour, discussing that in data and technology. And it was more about talking about what we want to see in that data so that we can actually use that going forward. You're never going to necessarily have that data, but you really need to talk about it so that once we actually have that presentation, then it's easier to work with that data. So I'm guessing I would like to see more focus on that because that is a major goal for the district this year.
I completely agree with you, and as soon as we have the data and can get into more details about it, we will be having much bigger discussions about it.
I guess my point is that you don't need the data to have that discussion.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
I just want to add, we had an ELA presentation in that meeting as well, and I will say that in addition to what we talked about for journalism and the policies, we'd spent a long time talking about with Dr. Bean folks about ELA. We wanted to make sure we gave her time. So I just want to add that I would say that took about an hour. And I think that will definitely contribute to additional thoughts about data and what's needed from a data perspective. So I would say that's one of the reasons why, we're trying to figure out our agenda and parse things out. And we had to be quite frank, an hour wasn't enough. We ended up having to table it, and then we even sent more questions after. That's how long that discussion took, so just so you know.
But I appreciate your feedback, and we'll take it into account.
So I'm curious about the audit that, probably the district is doing. That the two things you mentioned, one was slightly more easier to understand, the GNT audit. So that was one. And then the second thing you mentioned was the Steinhardt audit from NYU. So I'm curious about what both these audits are and what's the end goal of the audit.
So one audit is the G&T audit, which is focusing on gifted and talented, looking at how we can improve the program, looking at what we're doing now, looking at suggestions moving forward. The other audit is a culturally responsive audit, looking at our materials, what we're teaching in class. Are the materials culturally responsive and meet the needs of our student population? And so they're using both because there's not one audit that does all things. So they're using the NYU one for STEAM and ELA because that's more what that's focused on. And the Great Plains focuses on social studies, world language, PE, and health. And so the teams will be looking at is the curriculum culturally responsive? Does it have books and materials and diversity in it? And all those things that we have said and we believe in as a district that we want, we're making sure that that's going to be in there. And I don't want to speak for anybody else because I'm not doing it, but I will say that, that is basically what's going on. I hope that sort of answers your question and can maybe address it further.
Oh, no, it does. I mean, I'm just curious because I'd never heard of this before, and I like the idea of having an audit because it kind of confirms, we're assuming this is happening. I mean, just like in FFT, we have so many audits happen and we actually have an auditor's report. So I'm assuming at the end of this audit, there is a report that's given to us or whoever, whoever is responsible to say that whatever, there was 100, you could have gotten 100, you got 95 out of 100, or you got a 97 out of 100, or you got a 40 out of 100, or whatever it is, right? So that way it keeps us a little more accountable.
Yeah, I think that's the end goal is to address the curricular needs based on what is found after looking at what we already have in place.
Dr. Telesford?
So I saw in, I guess, the budget presentation, we have all these continued investments like AP Core, MacMen, EOS. I want to know, since budget was part of the focus of this month's committee meetings, did we devote any time to discussing any of those programs? Yeah.
We did a brief overview, and we discussed sort of briefly what the money is being spent. We did not get into great detail about those programs because most of those are continuations from last year. We're really not, and I don't want to speak incorrectly, but we're what? Yeah, we spoke about the math. We've spoken about the math in the past, and we continue to speak about the math curriculum, which is a big driver. We did speak about that. But the rest of the programs like Max Scholar and all of that, we didn't speak about specifically because those are items that we are continuing from last year and that we have had discussions about in the past.
Are we going to have any more deep dive into those, or just
I
more
would
focuses on?
I would assume so, yes, in the coming months. Yeah.
Okay.
Seeing no further questions, did you want to, Dr. Just, I saw the red. Did you want to ask a question? No. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. So we will move on to Board Member Eckert. Sorry.
Sorry, I was oddly moved one seat over. The Personnel Committee meeting met on Tuesday, April 18th. All committee members were present, including Board Member Wingfield, Board President Whitletter, and myself. Ms. Bodnar joined for the first part of the meeting to discuss staff concerns of a confidential nature. We then reviewed personnel-related resolutions and the tenure recognition ceremony list. These are the faculty members we just celebrated earlier this evening that were rehired last May and obtained tenure during the current 22-23 school year since the last ceremony held in November. We also briefly discussed the faculty members who will be eligible for tenure for the 23-24 school year. More to follow at the May meeting next month. A few board committee members asked for discussion around personnel-related budget priorities, specifically, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, while we were talking about the budget, this is kind of the, in a way, it's the hardest and the easiest, right? Because a lot of it is salaries. But at that time, I specifically asked if this could be the time we evaluate the possibility to bring some of the more seasoned, experienced paras back in-house for our most vulnerable students. I also sit on the special ed committee, so I was obviously just thinking about the discussions that we had there. We touched on some of the ongoing concerns we've had with outsourcing paras, and Dr. Taylor confirmed that this is a top priority for Ms. Budine and Mr. Burnside, and they meet often to review. We have discussed this in other committee meetings where this overlaps, and at the time, the cost benefits for FTEs to bring them back in-house are the biggest hurdle. We finalized our committee goals for this year. As you know, the district does not necessarily have a personnel-related goal for the current school year, so part of it is really just to provide the support and oversight to ensure that the staff is in place to hit our 22-23 district goals that span other committees, and lastly, to gather enough data by the end of this current school year in consideration of any personnel-related goals around recruiting and retention for the upcoming 23-24 school year. Along the lines of data, the district provided more details around job openings and vacancies over the past 2 years. They provided a work-in-progress report around exit interview data. Feedback from the district is that it's been a bit challenging as much of the data is narrative and that the exit interview is voluntary for staff to complete, so it's not the full picture. We discussed the possibility of evolving the exit interview so that it is easier to gather and analyze more quantitative data. Something that we haven't fully discussed yet, but as I think about what Dr. Telesford was discussing about data and how it kind kind of spans all the different committees. I think I've been working very closely with Mr. Adedoyan and, look forward to actually working more closely with you to see how we can kind of wrap our head around what we need to do for the following year. We ended the meeting discussing new business. There were 5 personnel-related policies up for first read. We reviewed no glaring issues, and we're moving forward with the Strauss-Esme versions. Lastly, Mandarin is now the most popular language at the middle schools, and the district plans to provide 2 new Mandarin teachers, 1 at each school, for the 23-24 school year, which is really exciting. Teachers will be reclassified to accommodate these positions, so no one is being cut to provide these new positions. Our next committee meeting is Wednesday, May 10th at 6:30 p.m. in preparation for the May 11th Organizational and Renewals Board meeting. That's all I have.
Do we have any questions for Board Member Eckert? Dr. Telesford?
I guess I was looking at the committee objectives for next year. Do you think you could add, instead of including more retention, things like looking at professional development and how we can enhance that?
Absolutely. I was focused on recruiting and retention, but even as I was reading your email thinking about professional development, I think working more closely with you as you think about data for the board committees and the district as a whole, it's not, I'm certainly not married to those, and I think it's really about where we need to see it. And I think from my short time as the Personnel Committee Chair, I think it seems like this is where we need the most data. So look forward to working with you more on that.
Thanks.
Seeing no further questions or comments, we will move on to Board Member Gifford for the policy meeting minutes.
Okay, on April 11th, the Policy Committee met with myself and Dr. Telesford present. Board Member Malaspina was absent. We have 2 policies up for second read and adoption. 0155.1, Board Member Participation at Board Meetings using electronic device. 5512, Harassment, Intimidation, and Bullying. We have a lengthy list of 18 policies up for first read, the majority of which are policy alerts from Strauss-Esme and new policies. 0131, bylaws, policies, and regulations. 0133, adjudication of dispute. 0144, board member orientation and training. 0163, quorum. 1511, Board of Education website accessibility. 1581, domestic violence. 1643, family leave. 2200, curriculum content. 2260, affirmative action program for school and classroom practices. 2270, religion in schools. 2520, instructional supplies. 3217, use of corporal punishment. 4217, use of corporal punishment by support staff. 6112, reimbursement of federal and other grant expenditures. 6115.1.01, federal awards / funds internal controls, allowability of costs. 6115.04, federal funds duplication of benefits. 6471, school district travel, and 8600, transportation. For new business, we discussed the district potentially hiring a temp to provide administration support and substantial redlining required for all the policy alerts currently coming from Strauss-Esme. For context, as many are aware, I introduced a new policy process where we would utilize compare docs to highlight differences between current district policies versus Strauss-Esme policy updates, essentially moving us away from time-consuming redlining process. We quickly realized compare docs was not a sufficient remedy, as the format of certain policy updates was considerably different from our current policies. As a temporary compromise, when we receive policy alerts, the policy committee provided the Strauss-Esme version along with current district policy for comparison. Unfortunately, a few board members find it too difficult to read through both versions and have demanded to maintain redlining. This process, however, will cost the district approximately $1,000 per month of taxpayer money, as administration needs help to get through redline work in a timely fashion. In my opinion, we should take the advice of Strauss-Esme, our legal experts, and they are the experts in the state. Just for some coloring, there are 599 school districts in the state. They service 570 as legal consultants. So in my opinion, we should take the advice of Strauss-Esme, our legal experts, and review their updates as is. The reason being that the district has a significant backlog of policies that we need to update in order to be in compliance with state law. Secondly, the arduous redlining process which we currently use, a practice very particular to our district, I am learning, is confusing, cumbersome, and time-consuming for district staff. To that point, Strauss-Esme advised the district to review their policy updates as is in the effort to accelerate the review process and be in compliance. There are two benefits to this. First, from the start, we are reviewing an up-to-date policy rather than going back to an old version and attempting to piece together a policy that is in compliance. Second, it forces the board to look at a policy with fresh eyes. To this point, no one is saying we blindly accept Strauss-Esme version. Strauss-Esme has underscored that we will always have the opportunity to make modifications based on the desires and characteristics of our community, and we have done so. Just recently, we looked at Strauss-Esme's security policy and removed language from about SROs. We modified the affirmative action policy to be more inclusive and strengthened a plagiarism policy update to include AI applications, something Strauss-Esme did not include. Finally, I'd like to point out, as policy chair, I have the authority to unilaterally change the policy process without a board vote. However, I would like to build consensus before doing so. I recognize that change is hard, but I truly believe adopting a new process will make us more efficient and save tax dollars at a time we are requesting a tax levy on our two towns. The next policy meeting will meet on May 9th at 6:30, and that ends my policy readout.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Dr. Telesford.
We had a very long list of policies up for first read, but we did not review any of them in policy committee. So my question is, when is that process supposed to happen? One of the issues that we had this past month was that policy was very early in the month, and the other committees were meeting later in the month, and that's when they would actually review those policies, and then we would look at it in first read. Next month, we're going to be meeting on the 9th, so again, we're going to be early in the month, probably before many of the other committees, and we also have multiple board meetings that month. So I want to see, that just seems like the process is a little backwards now, because now we're going to have all these first read policies that need to go to different committees, but then they're looking at it, and then they're going to be up for board approval, but then we haven't looked at it as a committee at all.
So no, so that's actually incorrect. So what happened is that all these that are up for first read now, these were sent to committee provided feedback, and now the next policy meeting, we are gonna go over this. We're gonna have to read all of these in the next policy meeting.
And then after we do that, will those be up for a second read, or they'll be up for first read, you're saying?
So, we'll read, we'll give our input, and then it goes to second read, I believe, yeah.
Or
So,
not. How is that?
Or not. Or not.
Depending on what happens.
Depending on what we do in policy committee.
Board Member Vadlamani.
So, I have a long list of questions, but I'll stick to what we're talking about right now. Is that I asked for a policy process review so that, thankfully, there was something written down and it was sent out to me, and exactly what he said, as board member Gifford said. No. I was debating between the policy chair or I'm rather saying policy chair. So, alert comes from Strauss Esme, and then you look at it. You agree that there are changes, but you do nothing about it and send it as is down to the committee. So now the committee is doing a diff, somehow magically, and they're doing the onerous job of redlining, which they are, right? And then they push it out for first reads. But the process says that you should go back to the policy committee who agree that all of the changes are good, and then it comes first read. So I'm very confused here. So now we have something in first reads today which has not been looked at by policy committee. So now they'll go look at it and then suddenly magically it becomes second. So that's the problem. The problem is that all the first reads that are there today have never been seen by the policy committee. So therefore, they should not be first reads. They should go back to the policy committee who bless them and say, excellent, these are all good. They come back for first reads and we all agree. Great. In fact, in FFT, it's even worse. I mean, board members, Whitlader and Duval Wilson actually sat down and did the redlining. So they did all the hard work, right? But it has never gone back to the policy committee who's blessed it. So now how can this possibly be first reads?
So it actually did go back to the policy committee, and we took all the input that the committees gave us and we put it into these. That's what these are. The version that we're looking at is we got the input from every committee, we put it into these, and this is the first read. So then it's going to come back to the policy committee. We're going to, go ahead.
I mean, I don't want Dr. Telesford to say he didn't do it. It wasn't done.
I worked with Liana to put it in.
The policies never went back to the first read policies that were. I'll stick to FFT because I know that really well what happened there, right? I mean, after they worked hard and put out these red line things, and they were never sent back to the policy committee to look at because the policy committee hasn't met since these documents were made. So I mean, I'm very confused with when this review happened.
So I just want to clarify something because first, most school districts don't have a policy committee. All the policies are vetted through the individual committees. We have a policy committee that's organized, and I believe historically why it was created was because we were so behind in getting policies approved in this district. So the way I've thought that policy's been done since last year when I joined the board was that they went to committee because, for example, I want to give the example of the travel expenditure policy, which was a 24-page policy. Now, if you're talking about that in policy, Mr. Burnside is not in the policy committee, but because it went to FFT, we had a conversation and we're looking at a 24-page policy and he's like, we don't even use this. We just go off, no, you go off the NJ statute. You go off the NJ statute. So he reviewed the Strauss-Esme policy, which was 4 pages, and he's like, this is exactly what we're following. Why are we going to spend time and effort redlining a 24-page policy? And so my point is, it went to committee where the people in the district who are implementing these policies, the experts, are able to weigh in. All of that feedback that they had and that we captured in that meeting was being real-time put into the policy tracker, which goes to the policy committee. And thank you to our district admins who worked really hard, even into the weekend, to do a lot of this redlining to get the policies up onto school boards to incorporate all the feedback, because unfortunately the finance committee, we have to meet so late in the month that these things are happening, and there were a lot of finance allocated policies this month. So a lot of people put a lot of work into making sure that the feedback from the committee got into the first read, and it's just a first read. So if you have any feedback today on any of the policies, you can start now and suggesting those changes to the policy committee, because that's where it's going to go next, and then it'll come back to FFT again. So it will have gone through committee multiple times. And as I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, to our legal counsel, but these policies went through committee, and according to the law, isn't it properly vetted to be up for first read?
Yes, if it's been through the committee and it's received the superintendent's recommendation, then it appropriately appears on the agenda. And a first read is the first opportunity to review the policy, approve it. You need to then go through a second read. If there are changes to the policy between approval tonight and the next meeting, if they are more than typographical, meaning that they're substantive, then it reverts to a first read again. Otherwise, it would be approved on the second read as per your bylaw.
Board Member, sorry, Malaspina, Dr. Telesford, and then Board Member Vadlamani.
We are way behind in our policies, way behind. And to bring back, to ask for it to go multiple times to a committee holds up that process. This is a first read. This is it is legally okay. It's a first read. So if there are concerns, if there are objections from anybody in you guys, the community, anybody, they can take that time, send it in to us, and then the policy committee will take those suggestions, and if feel appropriate, make those changes, and then those changes will come back to us. In CNI, we looked at a number of policies. Every policy that is up for first read tonight that has anything related to CNI went through CNI this month, and we made changes. So to say that it did not, or that nobody has seen them, is not true. It has gone through committees, and everything up there has been spoken about.
You're mischaracterizing the words that were said. It was not said that they did not go through committees. They did go through committees. The point was that they go through committees first, and then they come to policy, and then once policy reviews it, then it goes up for first read. That process is not being followed, and that's the process that we have been following. So if we're just going to be changing the policy, changing this process, then really there is no need for the policy committee. If that's what we want to do, then we can just get rid of the policy committee, because it obviously does not need to be used. And just, we did, and an example is 2200, you did have some edits for 2200, and I actually had some comments on that. And there was never any update, or I never got any sort of response from my comments or questions on there. And that policy now is up for first read. So does that mean that we are going to go back to discussion, and then that goes back to C&I? We just never had that discussion because we never had that happen in policy.
Bill, you're the committee.
May I?
Arun, I just want, as a policy chair, just really quick, so,
This is not the policy committee, but
this is,
What?
I'm just responding as the policy chair, so just, and I can send this out to everybody, but the current policy review process, after the first read, it goes back to the policy committee, so you are gonna have the opportunity. Now, I will give it to Dr. Telesford that I agree with you, the timing of our meeting is not right, and Dr. Taylor said that he's going to look into making it later. So I totally agree with you there. But it's not necessarily the process, it's the timing of our meeting that has confused things, and we are going to try to fix that. But according to the process, everybody is going to get another chance. The policy committee is going to get another chance, and the committees are going to get another chance. I honestly think this is like political theater at this point.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Thank you. I'm reading the policy committee process review right now. You sent it to me, not today. It says, policy selected, I'm paraphrasing, policy discussed in committee, fantastic, done. Feedback from committee provided to chair of policy committee, never happened. Feedback by committee shared with policy committee, never happened because there was no policy committee meeting. And then policy recommended for first read. There are two steps that are missing in between. Listen, you want to throw this away and show your arrogance against that, oh, I walked in, I threw away an old process, I came up with a new process, it's not working. I mean, come on. This is not complicated stuff. We are following the process you put up. And now suddenly we have 30 first reads, which we have no clue about.
Okay, Board Member Wright, and then if
Listen,
anyone.
we can sit here and talk all night about a doggone policy, Everybody's going to have a second opportunity to look at the policies and make corrections or whatever it is that you want to do. I'm not going to sit in this horseshoe all night and discuss a policy for 20 minutes that you have an opportunity to deal with. And we're, like you said, we've been backed up in policy since 2014. So we're finally catching up, and I'm glad that you're using Strauss Esme, because we should. And 24-page policies like you saw that could be cut down by Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burns' side is absolutely appropriate. So we're all going to have an opportunity to weigh in. So let's move on.
And then, okay, Board Member Vadlamani, and then we've exhausted comments on this for this evening, because everyone's definitely spoken more than twice.
So since everyone agrees that we have a process and we should follow a process, let's just follow the process. So the right thing to do today is to take all those, 18 or 19 first reads we have, yank them back, call them first reads, send it to the policy committee, who will bless them all, and bring in next time as first reads. It's not complicated. I'm just following the policy process that you wrote down. It's not even that I have created my own policy, process here. We just follow the process. This is the same reason why I want the policy committee to be doing the diffs. And, you call it redlining, I call it Microsoft Word tracking. It's not complicated. The reason why I say that is that because they are the experts who look at both the documents and make it easy to send it down to committees who look and say, oh, this makes sense. Like, for example, the one we on second reads today. It makes sense. I look at the differences, I say, oh, perfect, let's go. The problem is not approving or disapproving the policies. The problem is approving or disapproving the process. And if you've been back since 2014, I'm not interested in catching up in like 30 seconds.
I'll let Dr.
Right?
Taylor speak. Thank you.
We're talking about policy process again, aren't we? Good evening, everyone. Just to share with the public and folks who may not be aware, we're always concerned about the policy process because we're held to a very high standard of it. And so our recent audit provided pretty significant bucket of policies for us to address. And so Ms. Badine, my liaison for the policy committee, along with other folks who work with us, we divided up that bucket into what we thought could be digestible amounts of policies that we could push through monthly. And you've heard me say NJQSAC many times because that's another big score for our district. It's a comprehensive review. And when they come look at our policies from the county and state level, it's either you have them or you don't. Either they're up to date or they're not. It's not going to be time for us to adopt hundreds of policies at a single time. So in your minutes for this committee, you'll see that it was discussed that we're just really trying to expedite and move them through. We are working to grab the committee discussions that you have and get that on our board agenda as quickly as possible, and then get them back to the policy committee in that next month, and then get them on for second read, because that's the kind of momentum we want to gain in this process. So if in the minutes it's there, it speaks about that conversation. It wasn't minutes being disrespectful to anyone. It was just it's a push to just try and gain momentum because we do have a significant number of policies that each of the committees is going to have to address, and we don't want to get stuck or get slowed down significantly. So I just wanted to share that perspective, and just know that from this board meeting, the first read does, again, not get voted on, and it's back in policy for our next meeting. And we did speak about moving that policy meeting so that it falls behind the rest. But I can say that about every committee, right? When we sit in personnel, we say the same thing. We should put it last so that we can have more time to hire. We say the same thing about FFT. We want to make sure that the bills and the change orders are last. They're all important. But policy just kind of captures, as you see from this conversation, the work that you do. So we'll give more thought to that. But I think that what you see from us is just an effort to move quicker, still thoughtful, but just quicker.
Board Member Wingfield, and then we'll wrap it up.
Before we move on to another discussion, I just want to respond to Board Member Gifford's comment about redlining when you suggest that there's just a few of us who don't want to take the time to read those side by side. I just want to remind you that a big part of the redlining process is a commitment to our community around transparency, so that when they are following along and they're reading the changes that we make, that we're being very clear about what specifically is being changed. And I think that's a commitment that we need to uphold, and is not about a few of us not wanting to do our work. It's actually us wanting to do our work on behalf of this community.
When we edit Strauss-Esme versions, we're still going to show people how we do it by highlighting. We're just not doing the old version that used several different types of highlighting, green, red, underline, cross through. We're just moving away from that, but we are still going to show the edits. We're going to highlight them. And yes, that's...
All right, we're going to move on now. So now we're going to transition over to Dr. Telesford. But you've spoken, everyone here, everyone's spoken more than 2 times. My ruling is that we're going to move on. If you'd like to appeal it, you can do that. But this is, everybody's had multiple times to speak about this, and we're talking in circles. At this point, we're going to move it to the committee, and we're going to move on to Dr. Telesford. We didn't even get into the action portion of the meeting. If there's actual policies that you'd like to discuss, we have 2 that are being severed as per your wishes, and you can talk about the policies at that time. Dr. Telesford.
It is. So my understanding is this is committee reports right now, and this was comments on committee reports. So there's no specific right to speak on, because there's no motion pending for approval. So at this time, it's at the discretion of the president. If during the portion where there's a motion and there is debate, debate can go on as long as it's allowed, or it can be limited by way of a motion.
All right, I'll give the committee readout for special services. We met on Thursday, April 13th. We met from 6:30 to 8. I was there along with board member Eckert. So the first thing we did was we finalized the committee goal. It's a very long paragraph, so for all of you can read that. The next thing we talked about was the child study team training regarding best practices, and this was surrounding a memo that the board had received with concerns about things that were going on in special education. So we just had a rundown of some of the reforms that were made in the system, and how are they, I guess, keeping things accountable. The next thing we looked at were, I guess, looking at home instruction. We wanted to see how many students are on home instruction, what are the bulk of the reasons that they're on home instruction. For instance, some students are on home instruction because of mental health issues. Others can be an injury, so they're only there temporary, but they require home instruction. So we want to, I guess, review just making sure that the home instruction, how is home instruction being, I guess, adjudicated for students. The next topic we looked at was SEL and special education. We wanted to, some parents had some concerns about, I guess, punishment or discipline for students. And one of the things that we learned was that they wanted to see more positive behavioral supports, and that is actually a requirement for all students with IEPs. But I have had some meetings with CPAC as a liaison, and one of the things that they actually suggested was that we actually expand that positive behavioral interventions for all students, because it will actually help improve the school culture. There are students that haven't been classified yet, so they'll be helped by this, as opposed to they get something punitive, and then all of a sudden they get an IEP, and then they say, okay, I'm going to do something different. And then also there are students that are receiving these positive interventions, that students with IEPs, but then they see some other student in class that's getting something very punitive, and then they don't understand that. So one of the suggestions that I think that we can start looking at is, can we start to expand those positive behavioral interventions to the whole entire school system? So that's part of the school culture itself. The next thing was about communication. There is a question of, are parents receiving all the flyers, especially for pre-K and kindergarten students? Are they getting all the information to know about CPAC? And also feedback related to, I guess, the recent incident. Lots of parents would like more communication from the district. They understand that you can't go into much details, but they often feel as though everything is run through legal and nothing is said, but then they feel as though there's this wall. So they feel as though there's this separation between them and the administration, and they really want to find ways that there can be more communication, and that parents, they just want to feel that their kid is safe. So they want to see more communication, and I guess ways that they can be seen as teachers, administration, and the parents are all a part of a team. Then we start looking at areas where we can see data collection. One thing was, we want to see how many people are receiving compensatory education. You receive compensatory education partly because you're not receiving, your IEP is not being followed. So we want to look at how much of this is related to something like the pandemic, how much is this related to the district resources, because then that can be an area that they look at, how can we provide these resources. And finally, we wanted to, then we had, I guess, there are a collection of questions that, I guess we're going to push out to the different committees. So there are questions about restorative practices, so we're going to push that out to CNI. Culturally responsive teaching, that will also be CNI. Also looking at the gifted and talented program and our 2E students. Many of them need extra support, and the current G&T program, many of them do not qualify, but they require something else. So we want to start to look at how can we address and help this population, and then also looking at MTSS and IRNRS changes. So many of these are, I guess, things that go out to CNI, but also another area that we looked at was paraprofessionals. And are there ways that we can, I guess, reward or provide more supports for paraprofessionals that have been working with the district for a long time? And finally, in our new business, we discussed whether we want to meet every month or every other month, and we decided that we'd like to meet every month. And our next meeting will be May 18th at 6:30. So that's the readout for special services. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Telesford. Any board member DeVal-Wilson?
Not so much a question, but just a comment about the positive behavioral intervention. Is that what it is? Just thank you for, that's the first I've heard about it, so I want to learn more. And thank you for thinking that this could be something that could be beneficial for the whole district. And it definitely could ties in well to our SEL and restorative justice goals. So thank you for thinking of that. And on the communications aspect of it, I mean, that's just such an issue that we have across so many different things when it comes to the district. But, you know, maybe that's something that the communications director, when he comes on board, can work in conjunction with our legal counsel on ways that they can better communicate when there's not just emergencies, but also just ongoing activities that are happening in the district. I say the communications director all the time. I'm like, when this person comes, I can't wait. Oh, if somebody thinks, I know we can't tell them what to do, but Dr. Taylor can, so yeah. Thank you.
Will you guys also take a look at, I meant to email you actually, the data that was presented from our special services legal counsel around like the main reasons for some of our litigation, just sort of dissecting that. I didn't know if that was something that would either go to data committee or you would touch on in special services.
I think that we could do that in special services, but it can also go to data committee. It can be in both.
Any other questions for Dr. Telesford before he starts the Data and Technology Committee meeting minutes? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, Data and Technology, we met on Tuesday, April 25th from 6:30 to 8. I was there along with Board Member Vadlamani and Board Member Wingfield. We had three main topics. The first was centered on the integration initiative. Then we focused on topics of personnel and finally student achievement. For the integration initiative, we just did a check-in where we were talking about the experience survey. And one of the big things we talked about was for at least for the survey that went out to the parents, there are some major limitations because of the low, I guess, participation of families of color. So one thing they want to do is at least look at the data they do have to see what information they can glean, but then also looking at strategies for increasing that participation of families of color for the next round. We also looked at students, I guess the student responses in the middle school. And one of the things they found was that many of these students had a high response for neutral. Like they'll ask you, do I feel supported by my teachers? And they'll say neutral. And there are some questions where it's either positive or negative. So they're going to be looking at ways to make some of these questions more student-friendly, because sometimes a student would see a question, they say, I don't know what to answer, so they say neutral. So adjusting some of those questions can help with that, and also using more survey feedback. So one of the things that the board was asking, or the committee was asking about was, are there ways that we can integrate feedback from parents and students into these surveys so that they are more, that they provide more information. And then we discussed some of the future plans. We're going to be receiving an internal board memo, I think, this week. Then there's going to be a full presentation in June or July. And then one of the things we also discussed was possibly looking at ways to, I guess, create a database of this information so that we'll have this information ongoing, and then we can start pulling that information to see how are things changing, what are the trends. The next thing we looked at was personnel, and we looked at the exit interview data review. And this is actually, I was really glad to see this because this is a kind of a conversation that we had last fall about, can we take that exit data interview and then pull out some information? So one of the things that I suggested was, can we do a sentiment analysis where we take out keywords and see what are the words that people are using? And of course, one of the issues they had was, due to the narrative structure of the exit interview data, it was lots of just mixed words, but they were able to actually they built a word wall based on, I guess, they were able to break it down. So I know that this is something that personnel is doing, which is how can we update this survey so that it's a little more quantitative? But then also, I still think that we can still use this narrative structure, but then we can try to structure it in a way that we can look at responses that are more focused and then build those word walls still, because they actually produce a lot. Like it's not quantitative like bar graphs or pie charts, but you see the words that are bigger and then you see what are the things that are important, and it really just pops out. The next thing we looked at or we discussed was doing professional development analysis. And some of the simplest things was, what are all the professional development courses that are available to teachers? What's required? What is elective? And what are the categories? And what are the teachers taking? So that we can actually look at what are teachers doing in terms of like their professional development, and also building on whatever they're taking. Can we start building focus groups to start looking at feedback for these professional development? Are they getting something out of these professional development classes? Also, another suggestion was looking at ways to find out, is what you're learning in professional development also making its way into the classroom? So there was a discussion about target group inquiry studies to find out the feedback from these professional development, and are we actually seeing them in the classroom? And then finally, we looked at the student achievement data, and we talked about the pass-fail data. So I think we received Q2 data back in January, I'm sorry. And there were some questions, I had a lot of questions that were, I felt, they were, I guess, those deeper dive questions about are the grades that we're seeing, are they reflective of, I guess, are there teachers that are having students that are failing often? Or are these students that are not attending classes? Or are these students that aren't logging into Power School? So we start looking at I guess the C and I start looking at some of those specifics. And so they actually have a very, very pretty meaty analysis. And one thing they did was they broke things down into, I guess you could say, 4 buckets where they looked at the different students and the struggles that they're having. So you have some students that they have 1 or 2 Fs, right? So they require some immediate intervention. Then you have some students that have lots of Fs and multiple Fs. Some of them are because they're not attending classes. And some of that is because of what their schedule is. They may just say, oh, I'm not going to this class, and then they have an F for that class. And if you just change the schedule around, then that student is going to start attending class. But then there are other students that have other issues. So we have to start looking at what are those I guess, academic issues, and how do we focus our, I guess, that we talked about those interventions and those layers and that onion. How can we support those students based on, I guess, looking at these buckets? And then finally, we want to look at, I guess I call it impact metrics. I guess looking at, one thing we want to say is we're focused very much on the failure data, but we should really look at also areas where we're seeing successes, especially successes for our Black and brown students. And so find ways to replicate those successes across the district, and also start looking at how EOS, which possibly like the trusted adult is a very important thing to look at, find ways that we can replicate those things throughout the district. And yeah, that's my readout for data and technology.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Dr. Telesford? Board Member Deval-Wilson?
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, just I'd like to, and this crosses over into personnel, I guess, but when it comes to professional development, I really would like to understand more about the anti-bias DEI training that's done, because from what I learned last fall, teachers can choose what they want to do, and there's a program called National Seed Project, which if you do that, you don't have to do other district PD, because it covers you for all the hours that you need, because you only need like 6 hours or something like that. But anyway, that's just not very consistent from what I've heard. Now, this is just anecdotal, right? So I'd like to better understand how most of the teachers in our district, are they doing SEED, which is like this gold standard, it's nationally known, or are most of them doing the district-led, which is kind of like sometimes it's a principal, sometimes it's a consultant. I know that, I think it was last September, you brought in SEED, but it was capped at 25 staff members. Yeah.
So SEED training preceded me. It was before I was here, but I think it fell off in being used for whatever reason. Ms. Bodner brought it back and activated it, and all those trainers were still, for the most part, in our district, and we're excited to be reactivated, of course. And while we believe in teacher choice, when it comes to voice and choice for PD, there are, of course, those that are required, and significant amount, but also we are able to get feedback on those most popular choices to figure out why as well. So is Bodner still here? Yep, there she is. So we'll be bringing more information on that, and I think it was exciting for our data committee to talk more about that.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments for Dr. Telesford? Okay, thank you so much. So that concludes our committee report outs. So now I'll hand it over to Dr. Taylor, because we're going to start the action portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. From our notes, we have 3 actions that are being severed: 4450A, 4450B, and 4452 Are there others? Hearing none, seeing none, I put before the board for consideration resolutions 4443 through 4453, noting the previously shared severed resolutions. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay. Thank you, Board Member Wright. So all in favor? Okay, that appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside, we're now in discussion for the aforementioned resolutions. Go ahead, Board Member Vadlamani.
I had a question about 4447 field trip resolution. I mean, it makes me want to go back to these field trips again because, they seem to be going to Miti Miti and, some Chinese dim sum places.
As you heard shared earlier, our growing most popular foreign language, though we love our Spanish teachers, is becoming Mandarin Chinese. And as we also shared in the board recognition, we had success brought to us from our Chinese Honor Society as well. And so that was just fantastic to share. And I believe some of those trips are part of the cultural experience that students can have when they're traveling to represent us.
I think if we add a Spanish tapas bar in there, some people will be very happy.
Any other questions or comments regarding the resolutions that were formally stated? Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll?
Okay, so we're going to do a random roll call from here on out.
All right.
Do it up.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
I love that you called my whole name. Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Board members, bringing forward the first severed resolution, 4450A. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh, yep, we'll open up 4450A. I just want to read the title for everyone. Sorry, that's why I'm going through this. It's the board member participation at board meeting using electronic device policy. So we will open that up to discussion. Any questions or comments? Or do I have to? Oh, Board Member Vadlamani.
So I see that we've taken out two paragraphs. So one, of course, is the most important one, which talks about having a virtual quorum and handling that, which is fine. I support that. There's a second portion in there which talks about the annual participation in board member via electronic device may not exceed six board meetings unless approved by the president and vice president. I mean, the only reason I suggest leaving it in there is because it kind of is obvious. I mean, if you do all 12 meetings virtually, I mean, this could be a very good reason, but then that reason should be articulated. Then the board president should approve of it. Otherwise, I mean, there is a possibility that, people may choose to not come and there's nothing we can do about that. So the only reason I'm asking to leave that one paragraph in there is that there is no gaming of the system. I mean, again, I'm not pointing to anyone here. I mean, we're all good board members and we love coming to board meetings. But, it would help in future if someone shows up and decides not to show up for all 12 meetings.
Thank you. Are there any other? Oh, sorry, Board Member Wingfield.
I understand why, obviously, executive privacy and making sure that board members are in a private space for the committee and executive session. Can you explain the decision behind putting public in there? Because in the past, we've never required that clause because public session is in public. And so what is the reason behind the need to have board members confirm their participation in a private space for that? So this is page 1 towards the last paragraph. It's page 1. It says, prior to the board members' remote participation in the executive, and then it was added, public and committee meetings, the board member participating remotely shall represent to being in a private space where no one else can hear or see the board members' participation in executive session, public or committee meeting. My question was, it's obvious why that's the confidentiality is required for committee and executive. My question was, because public meetings take place in the public and they're not confidential, why that was added.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I'm reading it as if you're remote, if you're participating remotely, whether it's executive, a committee meeting, or this public meeting, you have to make sure that you're in a private space.
But why do you need to be in a private space for the public meeting? Because
Remotely though, right?
No,
So,
I know.
yeah. Well, because what if you're out at like the grocery store remote, like doing board, I mean, like that's just weird, right?
But for
So-
public meetings, they're not the confidentiality.
I hear what you're saying. I think that was an oversight because I agree with you. Like if you're in a public meeting virtually, you could have your kids in the background. It's a public meeting.
Yep.
So, I'm glad that you flagged it. And I think that was just an oversight. I don't think that you need to be in a private setting for a public meeting. And that's my personal opinion, but I will defer to the legal counsel. I mean, yeah, I don't think there's anything.
So can we how do we make the change? Because this is up for a second read. Can we?
This is a second read?
Yeah.
Yeah, would it have to go back for all of that for one word? I mean, I also, public.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, but that's not a typo. It's a substantive change.
Right. You can start at the drawing board again if you want, or if this is really an issue later on, address it at that time. And here's what I mean. If someone was attending virtually right now, and their kids were running through the background, would that be a problem? If they were sitting in a park right now and they were taking it, from a blanket because they're on vacation somewhere, but they want to participate, would that be a problem? So again, you could start at square one if you want to. Alternatively, move it forward, and if this becomes an issue in the future, modify the policy language again.
I don't think we should put a policy forth that we're catching an error on before we vote on it. I also don't think it needs to go back to square one. I'm asking, can we pull it, make the change, and put it up for a vote next month?
We can't do that, we'd have to go back to square one.
You have to, by your bylaw, if you make something more than a grammatical or typographical change, then it starts at first read. So
Well,
it would go to first read.
Then I think that's what we need to do.
Also, sorry, go on.
I'm sorry. If you're in a public place, do you want to be taking, what we're primarily basically saying is, don't be taking a board, doing a board meeting at a grocery store or at a wrestling match or something like that.
I think, excuse me, but I think her point was that the word public, if you're at a public meeting, if we can, excuse me, if we can just exchange that word, remove that word from that part, you move on, or you go back to first read, or...
Guys, can we just let Patrick just say what he wanted to say?
I just want to, and I haven't reviewed this policy, so it's not one I've actually been asked to read, but just my only other question would be, and again, I'm not looking at the policy language in front of me, is it interpreted to mean basically, and this has come up in other boards that do this, you want a space where when they're speaking, you can hear them?
Yeah.
And that's not what it is? Okay.
Well,
That's not what this means. This is in line with the way we've done our other privacy clauses around remote participation. It's just that it's not appropriate for the public aspect of participation, and I think it needs to be removed. I don't think there's a sense of urgency that we need to have this passed tonight, that we can't go back and make sure that we pass the correct policy.
Dr. Telesford?
I did mention this, I think, when this came up in committee, and this language is added in, and I think the problem is the sentence that was there before was about privacy, and it was just that these words were thrown in there for committee and public, and now they apply to this same privacy thing. So it really is kind of an oversight, and it's kind of unfortunate, but I think we do have to pull it back.
I'm fine with pulling it back. I just think, I just want to overall say that we've had this out there for over a month now, and to have this change come forward, as soon as it was brought to my attention, oh, that's a complete oversight. Clearly, a bunch of us missed it, but to have it brought at the 11th hour just feels unfortunate, to say the least. So I'm happy to pull it. If that's what the board wants to do, we'd have to vote on pulling it then, right?
So it's a couple of ways, and I'm not an attorney, and we have one. I'm wondering if we could table it, and if we tabled it, would that allow for that brief modification for the next meeting for it to be considered, or would it have to be pulled altogether?
Yeah, I don't want to make the procedure difficult, but when you make a substantive change, it reverts to the first read.
okay, so is, oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Okay. I guess my question is, can we all, I guess, agree right now, pull that public, put that word public, and then start the first read process, instead of us waiting till May and then June and all of that, we have a number of meetings coming up.
Okay, you don't have to do that, though. You can make the amendment right now
we
on the
can.
policy language tonight and make this the first read tonight.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll take that.
So Board Member Wingfield, did she have to make the amendment, or do we have to vote? How would that work?
Yeah, while the motion is pending right now, you would make a motion to amend it, strike that language, or modify that language, however the motion says. You vote on the amendment. Once the amendment passes, then that becomes part of the original motion, and this would be considered a first read tonight.
Okay, so Board Member Wingfield, when do you want to make that amendment?
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to make an amendment to policy 0155.1, board member participation at board meetings using electronic device. In the paragraph that begins, prior to the board meeting, board members' remote participation in the executive, public, and committee meetings, the board member participating remotely shall represent to being in a private space where no one can hear or see the board member's participation in the executive session, public, or committee meeting. I'd like to make a motion to strike the word public that appears 2 times in that paragraph. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Are we clear to move forward, sir?
Yes, now the amended motion is pending.
So now it's shifted back to first read. Got it. Okay. At first read doesn't get voted on. So we'll move to the next severed resolution. Is that okay? Yes? All right. Board members, I bring your attention to the second severed resolution, 4450B. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay, we're now open for discussion on 4450B, which is the harassment, intimidation, and bullying policy.
Just as a point of reference, this was seen as a very sensitive, because it's legally, really legally driven, as HIBs are, so we did not really touch the recommendations that we received.
Okay, seeing no questions or comments, so we'll take the roll, Mr. Burnside. Thank you.
Board President Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wright? You weren't drinking this time. Board Member Malaspina?
Yes.
Board
See, I
Me-
didn't get a list.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Board members, your last severed resolution is 4452. Do I have a second?
Thank you, Board Member Wright. We'll now open up discussion for Resolution 4452, which is the revised BOE committees for the 2023 calendar. Do I have any, Dr. Telesford?
Yeah, I just want to know if this committee chart is correct, because in an email you sent an email saying that Board Member Wright would be taking over for Board Member Bergen's positions. And so you only have personnel and special services, but you don't have policy. And we're a shorter person in policy. And then the other thing I noticed was that for MAPSO Freedom School, we have a liaison, which is Board Member Gifford. However, here you now have Board Member Malaspina as the liaison for MAPSO Freedom School.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on. So regarding the revised BOE committees, I did reach out to Board Member Wright. I also reached out to another board member about potentially serving on the policy committee. Most of our board members at this time, I think, in fact, all of us are serving on 2 committees. So board member, especially now special services is monthly. Board Member Wright would have been serving on 3 committees. Her schedule does not allow her to serve on the policy committee. I also asked Board Member Vadlamani if he would serve on the policy committee. He's not able to do so, but I just want everyone to know, because I just learned that you only technically need, in most school districts, only have 3 board members on a committee, and that the board president serves as an ex officio member. And we have board committees of 4 people. So that's something that I just found out, and something that we should think about, because I think all of us are stretched really thin. I know on FFT we meet for 4 hours. I know policy, I'm sure our meetings are quite long. I'm happy to serve on the policy committee as the ex officio member to take on a 3rd committee if that's something that's needed, but technically we only need 3 board members on a committee. And I think going forward as a board, we should have a conversation about it to hopefully make a better use of all of our time if we technically don't need 4 people on committees. So, and then with regards to the MAPSO Freedom School liaison, go ahead.
No, my son has an art class on Saturday, and the MAPSO Freedom School has their Saturday schools, which they would like us to go to, and Alyssa is able to go.
Yes,
So
that's why I said I would take over, but it's also her discretion to make these changes.
I'm just saying that there was no communication about these changes until we got this sheet.
Okay.
And I want to remind the board that we voted on the MAPSO Freedom School liaison as an urgent matter in new business, and we asked for a delay, and I have yet to see a single readout or notes or meeting minutes from that liaison. So are we going to be seeing that in the coming future now?
So I can provide one right now. So a MAPSO Freedom update, the MAPSO will be participating. Well, I thought this was,
I'm not asking for it, I'm just saying that we have not
Okay.
received
Oh,
anything.
I'm sorry.
So, Board Member Gifford.
This is my first liaison. I'm sorry, I'm learning. I'm sorry about that.
Okay,
Apologies.
Board Member Gifford, you could just email it to all of us. Thank you so much. And did anyone else have any other questions? Okay, Board Member Vadlamani.
I do have a clarification since you called out by name about why not serving on the policy committee. I'm happy to serve on any committee that you ask me to except the policy committee. I just see it as a, well, it's a challenge committee which I would rather not participate in unless there is commitment to follow the process that we've defined, or at least the process that has been put forward. Even today, we've seen that the process that has been put forward has not been followed. So I just want to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments regarding the committee structure? Because if we're not seeing any, then we'll move on to roll call. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Burnside. Oh, Dr. Taylor, did you have, oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes?
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
No.
Board Member Wright,
Oh, yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes the action portion of the meeting. So we will now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. I'd like to begin by thanking you for coming in person and dialing in by phone. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. Great. So we will bring up to the stage Rocio Lopez.
How are you, everyone? My 3 minutes, right? Rocio Lopez, I live in Maplewood, Columbia High School teacher, president of SOMEA, and many other things. The first thing I want to say is about the Spanish. By the way, we still have more Spanish than Chinese at the middle schools, even though we're all a family. So I welcome my family members from Chinese, and I'm happy that they're doing such a great job. It's actually refreshing to see new things always coming, and the kids excited. So that doesn't change the fact that Spanish still is Spanish. And that the two students, the former students that I spoke today, so you know, they were my students and they both got 5s in the AP exam. So yes, Adriana and Sarah did that, so that's why they were saying hi. I'm not talking about anything crazy, but at the same time it's crazy. I just want to talk to you, like nicely, like really telling you we have to do better. And when I mean we, I mean all of us, every single one of us. Everything starts with the school culture, right? The district. And you're the board. We look at you. Whatever happens here, it carries over. The same way for administration. So I'm not trying to blame you of everything. It's all the opposite. I'm trying to say that we can learn, that we all should learn. Like what happened today and the speeches and hearing the people, how angry, and I know sometimes information cannot be shared. I know some things are confidential, but there are some other things that, you know, we can talk about. Like, for example, what happened with journalism, with that class, it could have been avoided. You know, and all the things that happened after that made us all get crazy for the last 2 weeks, and you know that. Every single one, including myself. If a class doesn't have the requirements or the standards clearly taught, why don't we know this and we sit together and we work and we create the right curriculum and we give the right time and we do things right? Why everything has to be like a last minute? I know you're in a hurry to pass, like today I see you talking about policy, right? And we're in a hurry. Isn't that better that we slow down, we breathe, we talk to each other, and for example, that word that today was changed, I'd rather we change it and we do it right than put another Band-Aid. So let's just start thinking about that. Let's sit down, let's work together, let's do the things that we have to do. And among other things, we believe in positive reinforcement. Are we all receiving positive reinforcement? Think about what we see every day, what you see every day. Let's all do our jobs and try not to get, and I don't care about the time for a second because I think we're having a conversation. Let's just think about the jobs that we all have in this district, every single one of us. What can we bring, each one of us, to make the district better? Of course, we all have moments where we have to defend certain things. That's the nature of the job, right? When I'm in the classroom, I'm a teacher. I'm not the president of SOMEA, I'm a teacher. When I'm here, it's a different story. But at the same time, we're all here for the same reason. So let's start listening to each other, let's work together, let's be more transparent. If we change any kind of procedures, let everybody know. Let's talk to each other, and we're changing policies. Okay, so nothing to hide. Transparency is not a problem. Some things are confidential, and I agree with that. There is a due process, there are things that need to be that way, but the rest of the things, if we all talk, it's almost like money. When you show your books and they're clean, there is nothing to hide, right? So if we can all do that, and you talk to each other, and we all start making this district what it was supposed to be and what it has been and we have seen. And another thing you don't know is, if we would have talked the institutional memory, you're lacking that, left and right. You have a lot of people that are invested, that they love the district, and they're here for the right reasons. So use that, take advantage of that. Sit down with us in meetings, and I know sometimes we cannot talk, but let's try to do sometimes committees. Patrick, I don't know what is allowed or not, but let's try to do committees sometimes where we talk about things without yelling at each other, pointing fingers. What, how, and when can we do better? So I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm just tired, if today's my birthday, by the way. Yes, thank you. And I'm being here the whole day. As you can see, this is how I spend my birthday, hearing everybody yelling to each other. But, well, it's being invested. But the whole point is this. If we get something after today, it's all worth it. Thank you. And have a good day.
Woo!
Happy birthday to ya.
48. 7 more years to retire.
So I think that Keith, Charlotte McCourt's not on, right? Because that was the only other person who didn't speak. No? Okay. So that concludes our second public speaks. Dr. Taylor, did you want to?
No, I appreciate the sentiment shared by our SOMEA president, and I think that we are models of that in the meetings that we have internally when we have District SAM meetings, and SOMEA brings the concerns that they have. It's not just with me. We have our whole SLT as part of that meeting, and we make sure that they leave with the answers to the questions and concerns that they have, and they also get it to us ahead of time so we can do the research. And I think that that's an example of how our relationship has grown, and the SOMEA president and I have our own meetings that we have when we need to. And I agree that as a district, we could all do better. So I appreciate that. And happy birthday. Happy birthday. All right.
Ms. Madam Board President, may I really quickly?
Pardon?
May I really quickly as well?
Yeah.
One of the things that I would like to highlight as well, so my primary role has been labor attorney for 5 years now, and Ms. Lopez is talking about communication, and I would like to say, I think that even though we've had contentious negotiations over the years, we also have mutual respect for each other, We have had many conversations, you and I, Ms. Masung, Ms. Lincoln, about resolving issues and working towards that over the last 5 years plus. And so, I want to make sure that the board is aware, and I think the Somaya would agree, that we do try to work things out through a dialogue very frequently. And as contentious as negotiations may have been last year, I never lost respect for Ms. Lopez. I hope they didn't lose respect for me through the process. We often disagree, but we do it in a professional and respectful way.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we will now move on to the new business portion of the meeting. Does anyone have new business this evening? Oh, Dr. Telesford?
I guess I still wanted to make one comment about who we are as a board. The most important function that we have on this board is policy. That is kind of the bread and butter of what it means to be a board member. So when we get contentious on these things, you have to understand that this is what we do. All the other things that a board does, that's just extras. The foundation of what we do is working on policy. So I think the idea of really focusing on that process and making sure we adhere to that process is because when we adhere to that process, then everything is transparent. Everything is above board. The moment we start trying to take any shortcuts or trying to get around that, that's when things start slipping through. That's when things start to fall apart. So I guess the one thing I really want to reiterate is that our job is policy. So when you hear someone really angry about policy, it's because that's what we do, and that's what we really should be focused on.
Thank you. Do we have any new business this evening? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close new business. So with that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in a public session on Monday, May 1st, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. at 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, and will immediately adjourn to go into executive session in person in the superintendent's office to discuss the chief school administrator negotiations. No action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Monday, May 8th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at the administration building at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, and will immediately adjourn to go into executive session in person in the superintendent's office to interview candidates for the board attorney vacancy. Action may be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, May 11th at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into closed session in the superintendent's office, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session at 7:30 p.m. for an organizational staff renewal meeting in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, and utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, May 25th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street, Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room, and the community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. Action will be taken. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the May 11th and May 25th meetings in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and CDC. May I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. That appears to be unanimous. So, Mr. Burnside, I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, April 27th at 11:32 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and happy birthday!
And you got to spend your entire birthday with us. You didn't even go into the next